Let the dawn of a new day bring understanding and love. Oh, inside, 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 bringing hope and make you feel alright. Rainbow, the promise, the future, and life.
Mr. Discipline, I see you. I see you, viewer 61. Let's share this live, please. I hope we are good. Happy Thursday.
Oh, inside, all around me, yeah. Inside, bringing hope and make you feel alright. Rainbow, the promise, the future, and life. Let this light that's within me shine to the whole world. Light, let the dawn of a new day bring understanding and love.
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, inside, inside, yeah. Inside, inside, bringing hope and make you feel alright. Rainbow,
Hello, I see you, viewer.
promise, the future, and life.
Yeah.
Let this light that's within me shine to the whole world. Light, dawn of a new day, bring understanding and love. Oh, inside.
I see you, Gemini, Yvette. Oh, is that you? Is that who I think it is? Omola Shaw, I see you. Thank you so much for joining. Good evening, good day. Happy Thursday, wherever you are joining from. This is the day the Lord has made. Indeed, we ought to rejoice and be glad in it. I hope we are good. Yes, it's the weekend from tomorrow. Yes, I'm excited. I hope we're good. So far, so good. This week is a bit busy, not too busy, ups and downs here and there, but we're here again on Insight with FunmiRoyal today, this beautiful Thursday the Lord has made. And as usual, here on Thursdays, if you're just joining us, OJ Sachs, I see you. On Thursdays on Inside, we talk about marriage, relationship topics, issues, especially affecting marriages that couples tend to shy away from talking about. This is a space, this is a life to be on, especially for those in a marriage relationship or those aspiring to put the ring on it someday soon. Well, or you just want to go into a relationship as well, you can learn one or two things. But our focus today is on married couple, a husband and a wife. One man, one woman, as God intended it for it to be. So welcome once again to Insight with FunmiRoyal today. I hope we're good. I hope our week has been good so far. Please help share this live. This is the only way we can reach as many people as possible. Yeah, we may not be twerking on here. We may not be doing those exciting things that draw people close by. But these are issues of life that affects you, that affects me. It affects us. It affects the society. Because a broken home is a broken community. A broken home is a broken society. And if your society is broken, where does that leave us all in the world? A lot of people have dabbled into marriage and they've broken out of it due to lack of understanding or due to certain things, you know, that a marriage requires, and they just don't have what it takes, you know, to give that marriage the life that it deserves. A lot of people are divorcing, a lot of people are separating due to one thing or another. A13, I see you. Critic, you're welcome. I hope you are good. And again, let's talk about these issues. Let's stop shying away from them. Because when we learn, we're able to unlearn the, you know, not so good habits or behaviors. And then we can change our ways, mend our ways. Thank you, A13. Nick Lewis, I see you. And try to live a better life. We're not meant to struggle as such in a marriage. That's why we need to be careful who we are saying I do to. Are you sure about this person? If you're having doubts, I will pause, because this is a lifelong commitment and you cannot dabble into it if you don't want to dabble out of it. There's a whole lot of reflection, self-reflection that needs to go into it. Do you see this person to be your one and all for the rest of your life? That is if you take marriage relationship serious and you're ready to commit to it as God who created it intended for us to do. And I always say here, the reason why it seems we're not enjoying the goodness of marriage is because we are not putting in that effort. We're not doing what we're meant to do. Or one party is doing the thing and the other party is not. There will be conflict. There will be chaos, you know. But let's talk about it today. Today we're going deeper. Yes, sometimes we don't want to, in fact, most times couples may not want to talk about this, and then they still want to build that relationship. How do you build a marriage relationship when you're too afraid to face those very hard to talk about issues? Today, welcome once again to Insight, and we're talking about coping with hurt in a marriage, because it will happen from time to time. Coping with hurt in a marriage. Let us sit and talk about this today. Please share this live to your friends, to all your family members, your pair, your colleagues. Let them be part of this crucial yet deep talk today on Insight.
Let this light not prevent me.
Thank you
Shine
already.
to the whole world, light. Let the dawn of a new day bring understanding and love. Oh, inside.
I'm grateful to TikTok. Is always reminding me to say to my viewers to keep tapping as they come in, and this will attract other viewers as well. So guys, because of time, because I really want us to talk about this, I don't know how events will turn out today, because it's quite a deep emotional talk, but this is a space to do this talk today. And after the live, if you feel the need to want to reach out and talk some more, you need that space, please DM me so that we can see how far we can help one another. And I pray that as many that will be needing healing, that the Lord himself will heal them as a result of connecting with this live broadcast today. So once again, I say welcome. Please help share this live to all your friends as I go into my talk. Just to bring some perspective to it, is a very broad topic. However, we need to be focused in our discussions so that we can get a tangibility, you know, of the talk, and you know, we can reflect some more about it. Think about our own marriages. Where are we with our spouses? What's happening with us? Are we trying to cope with our hurt and it seems, we can't get over it? What exactly do you want to do? Maybe that's why God has sent me here today with this topic. So let us talk about this. So I'm going to go into my talk. Whilst I do that, please help tap like this live, share this live so that others can come and benefit from the live today. And a heart to me, please, if you don't mind. But other than that, please help tap. Coping with hurt in a marriage. I'll say this. It's not really a subtopic, but it's a sentence. I just say this as I carry on into the talk. Love is not the absence of hurt. For the fact that somebody's carrying hurt or somebody has been hurt in that relationship does not mean they don't love each other. So we need clear understanding, as this is part of life in a marriage relationship. Love is not the absence of hurt, but the commitment to heal through it. So we're going to talk about coping with hurt today in a marriage relationship, a marriage, husband and wife, man and woman, in that union ordained by God. Nick, you're welcome. Please help share this live. So we all know marriage is one of the most intimate and emotionally vulnerable relationships anyone can enter into. With this closeness comes the potential for deep, I dare say again, deep emotional hurt, whether through misunderstandings, unmet expectations, words spoken in anger. Can some of us relate? Emotional distance, or even betrayal. Okay, so the reality is that every marriage, no matter how strong, will experience pain at some point in time. But what defines a thriving marriage is not the absence of hurt, it's how couples handle it. It's not what like I said, I'll say that again. What defines a thriving marriage is not the absence of hurt, it's how couples handle it. So we're going to dive deep and try to expand it some more. And like I say, be mindful, because it can get deeper and it can trigger one or two feelings or emotions for one or two people out there. Please feel free to reach me outside this live today. You can just send me a message if you want to talk about it, or if you just need a space to offload whatever it is. You can DM me after. And please share. I keep saying that. So let's look at some common sources of hurt in a marriage. There's so many, guys, so many. I would not even have time to finish today if I were to go into all of it as such, but I'm going to mention about 5, and I want to believe 1 or 2 of us can relate with it. Some common sources of hurt in a marriage, how people get hurt in a marriage, or how hurt can come into that marriage relationship. The first one really is the communication breakdowns, feeling unheard or feeling misunderstood. It can, bring about that feeling of hurt towards your spouse, because you feel you don't have any other person. You're supposed to be my personal person. You want to talk or you want to say things. It's like they're not hearing you, or they're hearing you, they're not listening, and therefore they're not engaging with you. Or you say soft, they always misunderstand. It's going to bring some sort of hurt. So that's one source of hurt in a marriage. Another one is unmet expectations. This one is very common. When one partner feels neglected or taken for granted, over time it builds up this hurt, and if care is not taken, it can bring or build up resentment in that spouse. So we need to be mindful. What are your expectations? Is your spouse meeting them? And sometimes some people get fed up over the years and they now go outside of their marriage to find their expectations or their needs met. But we all know that that is not God's design for a marriage institution. So come rain, come shine, in there together. Our expectations, that's why communication breakdown, we can't afford to have it. When we cannot communicate our expectations, and then we carry hurt over the years, and it builds up, and before you know, I want to go my way, you go your way. It's like, I don't understand this marriage, and all of those talks come in. But that's one source again that can bring about hurt in a marriage. The third one I'm going to mention is conflict and arguments. Like I say, every marriage, no matter how strong it is, they would have their ups and down moments. And if they don't know how to handle such moments, it could actually lead to their separation. Whether they're still in love with one another or not is inconsequential. They just have had it. You hurt me too much. This argument, this conflict, da da da. So harsh words and unresolved tensions can bring about hurt in a marriage. That's why, from time to time I'll recommend check-ins. We'll check in with one another. Are we still on track? Okay, that a talk we disagreed to disagree to keep disagreeing, can bring it up again, so that no one is carrying any hurt in that relationship. So be mindful that when there's conflicts and arguments, you're not saying harsh words. You want them to feel the pain. Because of the pain you're carrying, they can't hear you, this and that. That is no way to resolve any tension or any conflict. Another source of hurt that brings about hurt in a marriage is betrayal or broken trust. This is very grievous, and they come in different shapes and sizes, different magnitudes, different length and breadth, and all of that. So betrayal or broken trust can bring about hurt in a marriage relationship, such as infidelity. Somebody have stepped out, or both parties have stepped out, because you hurt me in that way, I'm gonna do mine back. Let's see, two can play that game. All those words we say to one another, daring one another. And sometimes the betrayal could be lies or emotional disconnection altogether. This can bring hurt in a marriage relationship. So we need to be mindful. And I always say this: do unto others as you wish them do unto you. What you know that if somebody did that to you, you would not be happy, you will be hurt. Why do that to your spouse? We need to be careful. We need to be accountable as well. The last one I'm going to mention that is a source of hurt, or that brings about hurt in a marriage relationship, is emotional neglect. This one, I do not want to be gender biased. Men are emotional, women are emotional, whether at the same level or different level, that is for us to go and decide. But as long as we have blood and water flowing through us, we are all emotional beings. Some hide their emotions, some express it like without any remorse or any regard. They just let their emotions out, whether man or woman, it doesn't even matter. As long as you're in that marriage relationship, you have emotions, you have feelings for one another. So emotional neglect can bring about hurt. If you're feeling emotionally abandoned or unsupported by your spouse, over time this will build some sort of hurt in you. And sometimes when people just don't want to break off that relationship, they tend to go outside and find some emotional connection with a stranger or somebody other than their spouse. And we all know that this is not the solution either. These things happen oftentimes. Sometimes it's not even about the infidelity, but emotionally connecting with someone other than your spouse. This can bring hurt in that relationship. So I can go on and on with different ways that people can get hurt. But let's move forward swiftly because of time, and then I really want us to come and discuss this some more and share our experiences. As I go on, I'll bring one or two from here and there. Again, emotional effects of hurt, because it's one thing being hurt, there's an effect to that, because otherwise there will not be problem. It hurts me, oh, we're good, we just live life is good, marriage is good. But you and I know that is not always the case. Even when you eventually forgive and let go of the hurt, sometimes some things, maybe months later, something can trigger you, and you go back to that space again, and some sort of resentment or hurt can still well up on the inside of you. So emotional effects of hurt, let's look at a few of them. You see, withdrawal and silence. So if you're in a relationship and all is good and all is all that, and after a while you just notice your spouse withdrawing, or they're just being silent and all of that, I would probe further. I would want to check in, to be sure that all is well, because sometimes maybe they've tried to voice whatever it is, you haven't listened, and they just feel like, what, let me just be. I just want peace, and you're talking or you're trying to engage them, they're just looking at you because the hurt is so much that you're not even seeing it, and it's even more painful that way. So another effect of hurt is anger and resentment. When you feel hurt, when maybe certain expectations, like I said, is not met, you start to feel some sort of anger, you feel upset, and then another level is the anger that might come in, or resentment can start building up. Do you still love this person? Of course you do, but what they're doing right now, you're beginning to resent what they're doing, as well as almost them in a way, because that's why you cut off such engagements. You don't want to connect because they're hurting you, and you've tried to say to them but they're not listening, and this anger is beginning to well up on the inside of you, and it's bringing about this resentment towards your spouse. So we need to be mindful of those emotional effects that can come about as a result of hurt. That's why we need to pay attention to our spouses. Yeah, we get busy with life, things happen, but we need to be sensitive, we need to be intentional most times where our spouses are concerned, because when you don't know something is wrong, it's bad enough, and now they're even telling you this is what is wrong, and you're even neglecting them. You're looking for another level of trouble, so to say. Patricia, I see you. Thank you so much, sweet baby. I see you. Thanks for joining. And Xing Shan, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that. Thank you so much for joining as well. Another emotional effect of hurt is loss of trust or affection. Budu, I see you. Gabby's welcome. When you're hurt, it's like you find it hard to trust your spouse because they've done something wrong, or they've done something to hurt you, and this can kind of encroach on your feelings towards them. It depends on the what's the word now, it depends on what they have done actually to hurt you. Sometimes it could be little things here and there. You can easily just get upset, please stop doing that, and that's the end of it. But some things are so grievous that your spouse have done that really brings tears from your eyes, or you almost doubt if they ever loved you, or you know, big questions will well up on the inside of you as a result of that hurt, and is making you not to feel that trust in them again because they've broken it. And then because you can't trust them, you can't even trust them with your feelings again. So that is some emotional effect of hurt, loss of trust and affection. This can happen, and when this happens over time, it makes husband and wife to, there's this big gap that will come in there, and of course with that big gap there's no way you're building any relationship. So we need to be mindful. Another one that is really that can affect our mental well-being, you know, another effect of hurt is anxiety, depression, or low self-esteem. When you feel hurt, sometimes you're anxious, you know, when you hear your spouse coming, your heart beats like, what are they coming to say again, what have they done again, kind of a thing. And if you don't address that, it's going to affect your mental well-being to the point that if care is not taken, might drive into some sort of depression. Might not be a chronic one, but sort of depression, because of the anxiety from the hurt. And you know, you're depressed, you don't want to talk to anyone about the hurt, you don't want to talk to them about the hurt, and you're so depressed, you've gone into your shell, you don't want to talk about things, and this kind of bring about low self-esteem. Some people feel because they've been hurt in whatever way, it's their fault, so they feel low self-esteem, low self-confidence, all of that. I'm not worthy, this and that, maybe it's my fault, they've done this, you know, trying to guilt trip yourself into feeling depressive, so to say. But be mindful, because those are emotional effects of hurt, and it can, you know, be grievous when not properly dealt with. So the last one that I'm going to mention is questioning the foundation of the marriage. And this, I will pause here to kind of elaborate some more. And this is, well, partly based on my own experience. Like I say, I've hurt my husband, you know, he's hurt me. We've hurt each other over the years. I mean, 26 years, you can imagine, whether big or small, you know, life happens. But sometimes you want to go, if you're not careful, you go back and say, did I marry the wrong person? Why would they hurt me? And who knows whether he's thinking the same. But because they've done something that is hurting you in that present moment, does not mean they don't love you. So we need to separate our feelings, our emotion. Because if they don't love you, I don't think they'll put a ring on it. And I don't think you two would accept, So don't question the love as such, except maybe you're just into 3 weeks or whatever into the marriage, and you can see categorically that all of these things this person is doing is like they don't love you. That's a different topic or talk altogether. But don't go and start questioning, did you marry the wrong person? If they truly love you, they wouldn't have done this. Things happen, life happens. Sometimes you find yourself in some situations, before you know, the deed has been done. And because of that love we're talking about, you want to confess to your spouse you've done this, or you've lied, or you've done whatever it is, and that's part of the love. Because if they don't love you, they will hide things forever. You will never know until death will come, so to say. So if I know it's hurting, it's hurtful, it's painful when your spouse comes to say the things you really do not want to hear, that will really hurt you. But be mindful how you question their love for you. It doesn't mean they don't love you. It was just probably a moment of weakness and they fell, or they made a mistake, or whatever it is. So I should feel that that love is what should help you through overcoming that hurt as well. So going further, let us look at steps to coping. This is our topic really for today. Steps to coping and healing from hurt in a marriage relationship. Like I always say, God's intention is that when you find the one and you say, I do, you're meant to spend the rest of your lives together. Why this is not always possible is because we have deviated from the plan. We have deviated from the care. We have deviated from the ways we ought to live with one another in that marriage, and hence, needing to cope with the hurt, needing to heal from the hurt and all of that. I say we're human. Nobody's perfect. Nobody is perfect. Even like I said, the strongest relationship, they will still face this hurt from time to time. It might just not be as grievous as other couples, But let's look at the steps to coping and healing. There's so many ways, so many steps. One heart really doesn't fit all, because we're all different human beings. The way we cope with situations, life, challenges, it's different. But at least you can pick one or two from there and expand it some more. That will be beneficial to you in my talk, at least. And then others will come and give us some more nuggets. I'm excited about that bit. So let's look at steps to coping and healing from hurt in marriage. Have you been hurt by your spouse? Have you hurt your spouse as well? We need to heal. We need to get over it. It's all a matter of time and a mindset. If your mindset is not prepping to forgiving, to letting go, that hurt is going to be bigger than it actually is. So we need to be mindful. We need to guard our hearts and our mind. Acknowledge the hurt is the first thing I'm going to say. This person, you can't believe they did this to you. Don't be in denial. The deed has been done. The damage has been done. Where does that leave you? Where does that leave them? Where does that leave your relationship? So don't be in denial at all. Acknowledge the hurt. Don't suppress. Don't minimize the hurt, because you're not going to heal any faster if you do that. Give yourself the permission to feel the pain, as raw as it may be, as painful as it may be, with tears, with shouts, with lamentations, whatever. Just let it out. Accept it. Give yourself that permission to feel the pain and identify exactly what hurts. Is it your heart? Is it your feelings? Is it your emotion? Whether it's an action or a word or a pattern. So the first step in healing is recognizing that wound. What have they done with their action that is really hurting you? Where does it hurt? Really, all over. These are things you can ponder on so that we can cope with the healing process. Because if you're in denial, it's like you're pushing things far off. It's not, no, this can't be happening. This has not happened. But it has happened. You have to face reality. So acknowledge that hurt so that healing can begin to take place. Again, communicate openly and safely with your spouse. Because sometimes, and I've heard this over, seeing clients and friends and what have you, your spouse probably came to you and confessed they've done something, and you're in shock and you don't even want to talk to them. The next thing, you pick your phone and start talking to your friend or your bestie or whoever about what your husband has just told you or your wife has told you, without even talking to your spouse. How is that meant to help you guys back on track, get over the hurt, and start healing? I do get it. This happens from time to time. You might feel this is your own way of coping with things. But after much said and done with your friend, you still have to come back to this spouse who has really hurt you. You still have to tell them how you feel, whether you're shocked, whether you feel disappointed, whatever it is, you have to openly and safely, relay that to them. So find the right time and tone to talk to your spouse. It's hard when somebody have just told you something grievous. You must say, so that's time I will come and say, okay, I've hurt you, I'm really upset, or what. They said this thing and you shout, what's the whatever, you never use swear words. That day you might use swear words. You will shout, you will hold them, shake them. Are you out of your mind? Do your lamentation, do everything as long as it's with them. Let them see your expressions. Don't suppress anything. Don't hide that feeling of disappointment or whatever it is you're feeling. But say to them, because otherwise they're hurting because they feel disappointed even in themselves, and you knocking them about with words even right there and then, it's probably not going to do anything, or you're hurting as well. Show how you're feeling, but be mindful, especially with spoken words in that moment, because once those words are spoken, it can even hurt the heart of that other person some more. Like I said, they're feeling bad already. They need help. They need forgiveness. They need love. They need all of those things, support, to get over whatever they've done as well. So in the moment, in that heated moment, I'm saying this, it may not always happen that way, but because we're saying it, we're hearing it, somewhere it will be stored in our mind because you don't know when it's going to come handy. So use statements like, I feel hurt when you told me that. I feel it's you now feeling this because of what they've done to hurt you, rather than accusatory tones like, you always do this, you always, you never, you da da da. It's probably just one time they've done this particular thing. Do not bring back past hurts because it's not going to help anything at that time. The goal is to express, not to attack. So be mindful of your words in that heated moment. And if you know yourself that you will say those, everything wrong is what will come out from your mouth, please, you've heard, gently stand up and just walk away from your spouse for that moment. Let things cool off. You go and cool off, with your emotions, your feelings, because you know for sure that at that point in time, if you were to open your mouth, that marriage can actually scatter. Please, this is FunmiRoyal begging. Moments like this may come and it may never come, but if it comes, please walk away. Better safe than sorry, because those words are powerful, and once you spew them out, you cannot swallow them back. But your spouse have heard that, and it can hurt them for life in that marriage. So let's be mindful. Like I say, it's a deep talk today, and if anything is being triggered for you in a not too pleasant way, please feel free to reach out to me after this live. I'll be more than happy to have a word with you. Like I say, I'm a professional integrative counselor. If you need that space, I'll be willing to give you that. Don't worry, you don't have to book a session as such, but this is my mission and assignment here on TikTok, as many that want to or that need that space. I know people do take this for granted, but never mind. God is the one that sent me, so he will fish you out, really, because these things are deep issues of life that affects people mentally, it affects people emotionally. So let's talk about it. And that's why this space really has been created, for us to talk some more, help each other some more, heal out of that, so that we can still enjoy that marriage relationship. The goal, like I said, is to express, not to attack. because there's conflict on the ground already and hurts are flying here and there. We don't want to add more to that. As much as possible, try to de-escalate this tension in there in that space. But if you know you can't, just walk away. It's always safer that way. And again, if you look at steps to coping and healing from hurt in marriage, is seek understanding, not just apologies. I have interesting question after this talk, so guys, please stay tuned. Seek understanding, not just apologies. Sometimes we need more than an apology to feel understood. Allow room for both sides to express their perspective without interruption. Because this person has come to say, oh, this and this, straight away you feel the hurt, and straight away you start lashing, you're talking, and you don't know there's probably still more. They have not even finished, and you have, your heart is off, your fire coming from your mouth and all of that. So we need to be calm. Is it palatable news you just heard? No. Of course, it's thrown you from that happy space straight to that very angry space and disappointed space and all of that. But you have to allow room for both of you to express your perspective without interruption. When you want to, instead of interrupting, let them finish whilst you're processing what you're going to say, rather than lash out and then say all the negative things that you really did not mean to say. So we need to seek understanding, not just, apologies. For your spouse, you're coming to ask for forgiveness, you're coming to, say to them what you've done, it's going to hurt them. And you're like, some will even try to demand how you should feel based on what they've done to hurt you. Let them to their feelings. Let them express what they're feeling. Don't say, get a hold of yourself. After all, I'm not the first person that will do this. You're justifying, you're going to add more petrol to that fire. Please do not. Do not. Just accommodate and try to understand your spouse, whatever they're bringing on whilst you're trying to apologize. It's very crucial. Again, forgiveness is a process, not an event. So, I almost said it even in my last statement. Some would say, after all, we're married for life, you just have to forgive me. It's like a demand placed on their spouse. You've just said something, I'm still in shock, I can't even process it, and you're saying, it's on you to forgive me, just forgive and forget. I didn't mean to do it, it just happened, just forgive and forget. And your tone is hurtful, even more hurtful than what you have said even. So let's be sensitive. Let's be mindful. Yeah, it's on your spouse to forgive you, because if they've promised you they want to do life with you, whether good times, whether bad times. But let's be mindful of the words. So forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting or excusing that hurt. It means making the intentional choice to release your resentment and open the door to healing as well to the spouse that have been hurt. And this may take time and repeated efforts. Don't say, I said yesterday, I'm sorry now. Can't you just get over it? Hey, you're adding petrol to the fire, I say. Give them time. And mind you, everybody is different the way they process things. Some people, it's not like they're emotionless. They just don't want that hurt to go deep in their heart. So they would have to, straight away like that, they forgive you because, no, there's no space in my heart for any hurt. So whatever you think you've done to hurt me, I forgive you. No. I want my sanity. I want my peace of mind. Some people are like that. But some people, you do one small thing like this. Hey, it will take them a whole year to recover. So your spouse. That's why we should be mindful what we do. Be mindful. Be mindful. It takes time to heal. You might have to apologize over and over again. It doesn't mean they are dramatic or whatever. They just can't get over it. And it depends on the level of love they have given you. So such things that hurt them, it cuts deep into their heart. Some may even feel heartache, as in aches in their heart for real because of what their spouse have done to them. So be mindful and just share this portion of the Bible in Ephesians 4:32. It says, and be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, even as God in Christ forgave you. So eventually, at some point, you're going to spend the rest of your life with this person. At least that is the commitment, You would have to find time to forgive them, whether after a year, 6 months, or in 2 years, or whatever. Because otherwise, other hurts will still come. Even you might be your turn that you will hurt them, and you also want them to forgive you. So we need to be kind to one another, especially at those weak moments. Is it hard? Of course. What do you think? Yeah, I'm not Mother Teresa or whatever. Hey, nobody does this to me and get away with it. But this is nobody. This is your spouse, the bone of your bone, the flesh of your flesh. And if you truly love them, you're hurting, you will look past that. Like I say, I'm going to disclose here, I'm not talking about domestic violence or domestic abuse or somebody trying to choke you in your sleep or whatever. That is not what I'm talking about. We're talking about things that happen, events that happen, especially with third parties, infidelity and things like, there's some other small hurts that, I won't go into, but you understand what I'm trying to say. So Bible says you should forgive one another. Eventually you would have to. It says, so how many times should somebody offend you before you not forgive them again or something like that? It says 70 times 7. You do the math. 70 times 7, 490 times a day. How can your spouse, when they are not devil incarnate, offend you or hurt you 490 times in one day? It's not possible. I don't think so. I might be wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think so. So imagine 490 times, and the Bible is telling you, keep forgiving, keep forgiving, keep forgiving, because you have done so many things to hurt God, and He still forgives you. He always comes with arms open wide. So we have to show the example, whether you like it or not. At some point, after a week, after a year, you will have to forgive your spouse because you still want to enjoy this relationship. It's on us. It's hard. No doubt about it. I've had my fair share, and I'm sure my husband has had his fair share, but we're still in it. We're still in it, all lovey-dovey and all of those things. Those are the moments that makes up that journey. It makes it sweeter, bittersweet all the way. So you can't afford to say, oh, this one thing they've done, you will never forgive them. But then, and you still want to stay in that relationship, how do you intend to build? So allow room for healing. Let God touch your heart. Find time or find it in your heart to plan to forgiving your spouse so that you can move past it, and live a better married life. Another one I'm going to say is rebuild trust intentionally. We're looking at steps to coping and healing from hurt. So you have to rebuild that trust, and you must be intentional about it. Even if whatever you did was unintentional, or it's been done, the mistake has come about. Now you've said to your spouse to forgive you, and it's like you've said it. What else have you done? Because you have to let them know that truly you are remorseful, truly you are sorry for hurting them. So if trust was broken, it must be rebuilt with consistent actions, transparency, and time. So you may have to keep apologizing or trying to make it up to them, because once that trust is broken, you would work extra hard to earn that trust again. You've just told your wife or your husband something, and this is their own reflex reacting. Let me see your phone. Who's texting you? And if you get a hold of yourself, what is that? Because of what I told you? No. You have to be held accountable. Both partners must commit to honesty, accountability, and patience. If they want to see the phone, give it to them. If you too know you're not hiding anything, let peace reign. Help your spouse to help you so that both of you can get over the hurt and heal. Don't be questioning them. Even when they overdo it, you have put yourself in that position. So you have to, as you make your bed, so you will lie in it. So don't just feel, oh, they're being irrational, they're being dramatic. No. If you did not want that drama, you to avoid any kind of hurt towards your spouse. So rebuilding that trust, you must be intentional. You must show them that truly, I am sorry. Whatever it takes to make it up to you, I will keep doing it. And don't be demanding they should forgive. Don't be demanding. That will aggravate that hurt some more, and it will take longer to heal. So let's be mindful, let's be patient, let's be accountable. Because like I said, it depends on what has been done to hurt the other person. There's certain things that would have to change. Your spouse now may be on your shoulder like a hawk. You ask for it. So you have to go through that phase until they trust you enough to relax and not be like a hawk on your shoulders. Again, create emotional safety for your spouse. Like I said, could be a million and one things couples can do to each other to hurt each other. However, we need to find way to create that emotional safety so that they can feel safe again, and that will erode whatever hurtful feeling they're feeling. Make the marriage a space where both partners feel emotionally safe to share again, to talk about what has failed, to talk about their growth, even the lesson from the mistake. Share, because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. Like, we know, well, today is this person hurting this person. We don't know if it will be the other way around the next day. So what does this mean when I say create emotional safety? It means listening without judgment. Listen to your spouse. They've done the deed, they've done the mistake. At some point after you've forgiven them, part of the healing is making sure that whenever they want to talk, you're listening to them. You're not judging them based on how they've hurt you, and you're not even engaging in a positive way with your spouse. So be mindful. And again, validating each other's feelings would help in the process of healing. You say, my dear, don't worry, I know these things happen. Words of encouragement to the spouse that has fallen or that have made a mistake or whatever. Be a source of encouragement to them, and validate their feelings. I know you may be feeling guilty right now, but it is well. You're safe, I'm safe. We'll get through this somehow. Kind words, will go a long way to bringing that healing to come into pass. Nick, thanks so much for tapping away. I see you. Thank you so much. If you're just joining, you're welcome to Insight with FunmiRoyal on Thursday. The day the Lord has made. We're talking about this topic you can see on your screen, coping with hurt in a marriage relationship. And I've talked, different aspects of it. I'm just talking about ways that we can cope and heal when we are hurt in our marriage. And I said previously that it doesn't mean your spouse does not love you. It's just what has happened. So don't start questioning their love for you. Rather, help each other to overcome the hurt so that you can connect yet again with your spouse. So avoid blaming each other, avoid criticisms, all that, because it's not going to help. It's not going to help heal. It's not going to help you cope with the hurt. So avoid blaming. Rather than blaming, what's blame? Praise them for the past things they've done good, so that can send away the hurtful behavior or whatever it is. And don't criticize them. That was how you did this, that was how that criticism all the time. No, that is not going to help with the healing process. So let's be mindful. Again, like I say, God is the institutor of marriage institution. You can actually involve God when you're feeling that hurt so that you can cope and you can find healing. Involve God in the healing process. Invite God. I would say this boldly. Invite God, because I've done this. I've gone through this process and it's worked for me. Invite God into the process through prayer, reflection, the word of God, the Bible, the scriptures in the Bible, and let his love and grace be a model for your own. How do you deal with this? Sometimes your heart is heavy because of the hurt you're feeling. And when you're feeling hurt, is your spouse you're supposed to go to and offload to them. But this your spouse has been the one that has hurt you. So who do you go to offload to? Just go on your knees or in your quiet space. Go to God. Cry. Lord, I feel so hurt. My spouse has really hurt me. I feel so hurt. Lord, grant me the grace to forgive them. Grant me the grace to heal from this pain. Pray to God and he would answer you. Psalm 147 verse 3, I'm going to put this in. It says, he heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wound. This is God's promises. If he knew that there won't be any broken heart, he would not have said this word. He would not have given us this word way ahead of time. Thank you, Nick Lewis, for that comment. Thank you. She says, thank God for life. Honestly, thank God. So he knew that hearts would be broken. That's why he says He heals. I will heal the brokenhearted. I will bind up their wounds so that they can still enjoy their marriages. So please, again, I'll say this, aside the fact that I'm a counselor, I do Christian counseling and all that. God is so good, He is. Seek counseling if needed. Like I say, sometimes you may not want to even tell your friends. You just want some space to offload. That's why I've offered us tonight after this live. If you feel the need based on this topic today, you want that space, to talk with someone in confidence. Please feel free to reach out to me. Check my bio, it's on there. Or if you're really, really serious, you need that counseling for a period of time, you can actually go to my website and book yourself a proper session. If you go to thelighthousecounseling.com, go on there and book a session, whichever way works, for me. Teamwork makes the dream work. Yes. Do you know, I heard that from a 5-year-old a couple of months ago, and I wrote it in my paper that I'm going to use this. Yeah, teamwork makes the dream work. I'm like, yes, so let's get on with the work. It's going to take time, it's going to take process, it's going to take bumps, in the process and all, but you have to be there for one another. Cry on each other if you must, so that you can heal together. Like I say, seek counseling. Some hurts run very deep, and they require professional help. Marriage counseling or pastoral support can provide tools and guidance that may come naturally. So don't feel that you have to carry that pain all by yourself. The person you're supposed to offload to has been the one that has hurt you. So where do you go? If you belong to Bible believing church, go see pastoral counsel, or you can go online and book a marriage counseling session, such that you might start first and then your spouse will join you in there. There are other avenues or things that you can do to help you heal, to help you cope with that hurt that you are going through. So it's not the end of the world, and it shouldn't be the end of that marriage either. Again, let's look at the role of growth and grace. Good evening, Kenneth. I see you. Thank you for the heart to me. Thank you for liking the live. Oh, wow. Thank you so much for taking the likes up, and hopefully others will join us. So let's look at the role of growth and grace when you're talking about coping with hurt in a marriage relationship. Every wound carries the potential for growth, intimacy, and renewed love. Have you thought about it like that? Have you guys? This person is hurting, and now your spouse is all over you. I know I've hurt you. Brings about intimacy, and you obviously will grow because you find out that even the mistake has brought about a new person, a more matured person. The things they will not do before, they're now doing. So it can actually bring about growth, and it will renew your love for one another. Oh, I thought that would be the end of us, but I'm just loving you some more. Maybe because they find the boldness to come and tell you what they've done. And instead of you feeling hate and resentment, you're even falling in love with them some more, because you see them in their vulnerable state and you just want to care for them, you want to love on them. So when handled with humility and grace, hurt can lead to better understanding of each other's needs. So like I said, when you're talking about how you got there and all of those things, you might just, if you want to be honest with yourself, you might just find it out, maybe somehow, some way, you've also contributed to that mistake. Own up to it so that you can do better. Reflect on it, be honest, and do better by your spouse. It's hard. Nobody wants to accept they are the bad guy, so to say, in their marriage, but these things do happen. Again, if handled carefully and with grace, stronger emotional connection, just like the example I gave, you might just find yourself loving more on this person because they're so heartbroken themselves, what they've done. You just find out that you just want to hold them. This emotional connection has gone to another level. You just feel like, oh, maybe you've not been there, all that, and this has led to this. You even take part of the blame or whatever, and now you feel the need to connect with them emotionally so they can bounce back from the guilt and the shame and all of that. So it's a great way, really. And also can bring a deeper dependence on God, because you might feel your spouse can never hurt you. God knows your spouse can never do this, and then it's happened. And then you that you don't used to pray before, you find out that you need God right now. Oh, you have to pray for yourself, not just in yourself. You have to pray for your spouse, not just your spouse. You have to pray for your marriage. So sometimes this situation of hurt can bring about more dependence on God. I mean, all the better for everyone. And again, it can bring about a matured, more resilient marriage. Once upon a time you were there, life was okay, and then something had to propel you to the next level in your marriage in terms of resilience, in terms of maturity, and all of that. And as a result of that hurt, you guys just find yourself on that level of maturity. The way you're handling things is like, wow, I didn't know my wife or my husband is this mature, so you can experience that, and then it shows how resilient you are, especially in terms of your commitment to that person in that marriage. So I'm going to mention a few Bible passages just to kind of help us, support us through that healing process, through that forgiveness process when you're talking about coping with hurt in a marriage relationship. The first one I'll mention, there's so many Bible verses, I'm going to mention about 4 of them, just to find something to hold on to be hopeful, and to know that God's got your back regardless of what is happening with you in your marriage. Colossians 3:13 says, bearing with one another and forgiving one another, even as Christ forgave you, so you also must do. Hey, this has gone there tonight. I had to go there, Leslie, because like I said, God is the owner of the institution. How can I bring a talk and not go to his word? I don't think I would feel complete, at all if I don't do this. Another portion of the Bible in the book of James 1:9 says, let every man be swift to hear, slow to speak, slow to wrath. You remember the example that I gave about a spouse, confessing to their spouse they've done this, and then you, before they even finish narrating whatever they've done, you are like this, a raging lion, in fact, a dragon, fire. They've not even finished. You thought you've heard something. In fact, it's just the beginning of what they have done. But because you're not swift to hear, you are so and you are neither ready to be slow to speak, you just lash out and all, they will not even feel fear. Should I even carry on telling them the rest of the thing I've done or whatever? So we need to be mindful. So this is God's word saying to us, let every man be swift to hear. In as much as you've heard that, and they are your spirit man is grieved already, you feel like pounding on them and shouting, shaking them up. No, it says slow to speak, slow to wrath. That's why I said, if you can't handle it, you know yourself better even than your spouse. You know that what is going to come out of your mouth, hey, hell will break loose. And you and I know that if it does break loose, nobody's going to enjoy that marriage. Walk away, like I said, walk away and cool off, so that you can come back and be slow to speak. It's a difficult, hot topic tonight. I know, Leslie, I know. Like I said, if it's triggering whatever emotions for anyone, please feel free to reach out to me after this live. I'm willing to be in that space with you. The book of Proverbs 15:1 says, a soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Let's go to the worst case scenario so that I can understand this portion of the Bible. A soft answer turns away wrath. A harsh word stirs up anger. Imagine, let me turn it right now. A wife engaging in extramarital affairs, whatever. Maybe their husband is always away, and this person had the audacity to bring, the stranger into their home. And one of these days, the husband said, I'm going to be traveling for a month. And this contract, that one, from zone A to zone B, so I won't be home. But I'll call you. The money I've transferred into your account, you'll be fine and all. And this one is, okay, off you go. And in her usual way, now say to the sidekick or whatever you want to call the man now, come over, my husband is gone for a month, in fact you will stay in this house with me, Anyway, to cut a long story short, that same day the man traveled, she brought in this stranger to their home to have nice time and all sorts. And for whatever reason, this man's flight was cancelled, and because it was a late flight, the last flight supposedly, he couldn't go on the flight. And he said, instead of going to waste money and say, let me just go back home, I'll book another one for the next day or something, and this, obviously, the woman has assumed this man is gone, like, side piece. Okay, thank you, Leslie. And then this man came home without even, he said, let me go and surprise my wife. And he kind of snuck in, and he opened their bedroom, and they were just on top of each other there. Imagine, yourself, picture that. What would you do? What would be your reaction? Would you say, oh, I'm sorry, and just turn back and shut the door and go and sit by the dining table and be thinking, oh my God, or whatever, calmly? Or the moment you open the door and you see your wife and another man on top of playing football on the bed, what will you do? The next condo, the next bat, you pick it up and hit whoever your hand finds to do. What would you do? Whether you're Christian, as long as you're human, what will you do? Say there will be fire on the mountain. But the Bible is saying a soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. Because that sight alone is enough to turn anybody, fire on the mountain, to bring fire on the mountain. But you just say to yourself, you know what? And I know this is not what I expect, but I'm just going to go back. And of course, your wife and whoever have seen you, of course, they will rush off and try to do what. But you just go and sit calmly in your living room, expecting a strange man to leave your house. You haven't shown in your face you're angry, or whatever. You're just so calm. And you go and sit. And of course, the man goes, and your wife now comes back in. I'm so sorry. It's the devil. No, I'm writing Nollywood for us here. It's the devil. And the man is just saying, it's okay. What do you think that wife, what do you think will be going on through her mind? And the man is so calm. He's like, oh, honey, it's fine. Say, honey again? I'm dead, though, just imagine what that woman by herself will be going through. And truly, this person is as calm as can be, because he's in shock, but he's trying to manage that situation as best possible. Or would it have been better if he carried a knife and be chasing her? Or you know what I mean? So it's hard, like I said, but it can be done. I've heard cases like that. It would even bring more fear to this person. Never in their life would they even try that. That is if the man is, genuine enough to forgive them. Of course, with time, they find their way back to each other. So be mindful. God's words is not there for decoration. It's there for us to soak deep into our mind, especially when we're going through hurt in our marriage relationship. And again, the last one I'm going to mention before I round up tonight is 1 Corinthians 13 from 4 to 7. And it says, love suffers long and is kind. That's why I said, even though your spouse have hurt you, it doesn't mean they don't love you. Everybody have their moments of weakness. What they now do in that moment of weakness, is another thing altogether. So love does not behave rudely. Imagine that man calmly. He wasn't rude to anybody. Not even the strange man. Not even the side piece. Not even the wife, He was calm, cool, calm, collected. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. It didn't say some things. Mind you, this is the portion of the Bible I'm reading. It didn't say some things. It bears all things. Good, bad, hurtful, damaging, disappointing, all of those things. All of those things. It says that love suffers long. Love can suffer through that. With you and your spouse going through that hurt, going through that pain, how grievous it is. God is saying that it's possible that love will see you through. So in overcoming, in coping with that hurt, check into the Word of God. What does the Word of God say at times like this? So I have my prayer points I'm going to just read out to as many that may be going through this, or probably still in the future. I pray that this prayer will meet you if at all you find yourself in such a place. So prayer points for couples coping with hurt, because I know it could be painful, difficult to get through and all of that. My prayer is for emotional healing, that Lord will heal the wounds in your heart and help you to release that pain you're carrying honestly, you need to release that pain and let it go, because the more you brood on it, the more you keep it, it gets bigger and bigger, like it's bigger than the thing itself. So be mindful. And I pray for humility and forgiveness, that grace, that God will teach you to be humble and forgiving, just as He Himself has forgiven you. There's nothing we do to God. If you're repentant, if you're remorseful, and you go and ask for forgiveness, God will forgive you. And He wants us in return to extend that to our fellow human being, whether our husbands, our wives, our children, or people generally. And again, I pray for prayer of restoration of trust. I pray that Father Lord will help you to rebuild what has been broken, that God in His infinite mercy will strengthen the bond of trust in all our marriages, in all your marriages that may be experiencing hurt right now. And I pray for grace to communicate. This is important. Grace to communicate. God to give you the grace to speak the truth in love and listen with patience, because these are the things we need to cope and to overcome that hurt that we're going through. And finally, my prayer is for divine intervention, especially for some grievous pains we may have caused each other in that marriage relationship. I pray deeply for divine intervention, that the Lord Himself, the author of marriage, will step into that marriage. The Lord Himself will bring strength that will end that hurt, that will lead to your healing in that hurt, in that marriage relationship. That is my prayer for all of us. And if you feel, oh, you've gotten over it, you're just trying to navigate to a better space, the Lord will grant you that grace, the wisdom that is needed, the understanding, the right words to get to that space, in the mighty name of Jesus. So I'm going to conclude by saying that coping with hurt in marriage is not about pretending the pain didn't happen. For those who started with me in my talk, you will know that I've said quite a number of things. It's about working through that pain together, with love as the guide and commitment as the foundation. They've hurt you does not mean they don't love you. They've hurt you does not mean you should query the day you met them. Maybe you met the wrong person. No. This is life happening, and you're doing life together. Is it painful? Of course, yes, it's painful. Do you feel like exiting? You may feel like that time to time. Are you going to exit? That is my question to you. Have you forgotten your commitment? Thank you so much, Leslie, for the heart me. So, no marriage is immune to pain. We need to understand this. Like I said, something will come and challenge your love for one another. Something will come and challenge your trust for one another. Do we always pass it? No. Sometimes we fail and we'll get ourselves back up again and rebuild our trust, and it bonds us more together. So no marriage is immune to pain, but every marriage has the potential to heal and flourish when both partners choose love, humility, forgiveness, and growth. Guys, I rest my case. However, I'm going to ask us these two crucial questions tonight. So even if you've missed my talk, at least these questions can get you rolling in your ideas, in the examples you might feel like sharing. You're going to send me an invite shortly. But my question today, after this deep, crucial talk, is how can couples maintain emotional safety even after a painful experience? How can couples maintain emotional safety even after a painful experience? And the second question is forgiveness possible without an apology? Is forgiveness possible without an apology? Thank you guys for always listening to my talk. Thank you.
Bringing hope and make you feel alright. Rainbow, the promise, the future, and life. Love is light that's within.
Hello, Grace. I see you. Denise, I see you.
Love
Thank you so much, Leslie. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. So, guys, this is the time. Let's come up into the box. Like I said, this space is safe. Let's share with one another. Let us heal with one another, or let us help each other to heal tonight. Whatever pain you're carrying, whatever hurt you're carrying, it's always good to let go, because you don't want anything, pulling you down, making you feel all of this depression, all of this negativity is not going to help you. We need to look out for our mental well-being. And again, I'm going to say this, and I've been saying this since my talk. Thank you so much, Grace, for the heart to me. Please, if anything has been triggered for you in terms of hurt in your marriage relationship, please feel free to reach out to me after this live. I will be, glad to reach out back to you, and let's see how we can help one another, because I know this topic is very, very emotional, could be deeply emotional, and I think I even brought a puzzle after such a long time just to see if it gets too heated up. I have a puzzle for us tonight just to calm the tension, if at all any comes up. So please send me an invite. Let us talk some more about this topic, because a lot of homes are breaking up. They cannot handle the hurt that they've experienced in their marriage, and the only option is for them to go out of it. But the Word of God has given us so many assurances that we can go through that pain and still come back, to where the light is, so that we can enjoy our marriage relationship. So how can couples maintain emotional safety even after a painful experience? And then the second question is forgiveness possible without an apology? Is forgiveness possible without an apology? I don't know who's there. Let's see who is there. Crucial talk. Let's go deeper so that we can help one another tonight. I want some people to sleep well tonight. Let me see. Good evening, Leslie. I think I've covered you now. Okay. I hope you are there. Good evening. Okay. Yeah. Can you guys still hear me? Please give me a thumbs up if you guys
Good
see me.
evening, hostess.
You
I
can hear
can hear
me?
you.
Okay, all right.
Good evening, brother. Brother Ken, good evening.
Good evening, Leslie. Good evening, Kenneth. Thank you so much for joining me. Welcome, welcome, welcome home to Inside. Thank you so much. I hope our week has been good. So far, so good.
It has been good, thank God. Midterm is almost finishing.
I
I'm back to
know.
work tomorrow, and it's been in
Hey,
and out.
tomorrow,
And
I'm not back till Monday, but I have activities. My God will help me really.
studies for me. So yeah, thank God. Activities for you. It's good.
I know it's
It's
what
good.
can I do? I'm just thankful that it's not clashing too much as such. So, but thank God for that.
I'm grateful
Yeah,
that it's ending well. Thank God. It was very hectic in the last first few days. Very, very hectic. But
I hope the children enjoy their their midterm break as well.
I don't think they enjoyed it as much because the adults were too busy. There were just too many things we're trying to wrap up and finish. And unfortunately, it only just started to end yesterday.
So, yeah,
So today is our first full
you make
day.
it up to them over the weekend.
In fact, I've already promised one of them summer first weekend we are getting this done. We're booking hotel or this, so it will all be worth it.
More grace, I know, more grace. Sometimes when some people are talking about this toddler, this child, they say, for me, you're lucky. You don't have. I said, you think these children they fell from heaven as adults? I've been there. I've had my own fair share. In fact, let me make you laugh. There was one time with the younger two. I had this baby bag. It's like a turtle shape, very fancy bag like that. I had two sets of bottle, two sets of pampers in there, two sets of everything, clothing items, two sets. Sometimes they will be fighting for each other's bottle. I said, you want to hear tales? Don't get me started. These children, they didn't fall from heaven as adults. I've been there, done that. So everybody is a phase you have to go through. It gets easier really the moment they're becoming more independent and they can go out by themselves and all of that. In fact, life becomes easy. So I was saying to a friend yesterday that even if me and hubby decide to go away on holiday for 3 months, they're good. I said, well, once upon a time, you carry them along. Where are you going? It's not possible. So I do understand. More grace, more grace. Well done. So, our talk today, you can see on there, coping with hurt in marriage, because hurt will come. No matter how strong our marriages are, hurt will come. How do we cope with it? How do we deal with it? How to recover from it to getting back to that place we once were. It's a very deep emotional talk, but we have to talk about it because our homes are being affected, because people are not talking about it and they're not healing as much as they ought to, and a whole lot of things, going on in that space. So how can couples maintain emotional safety even after a painful experience? And again, is forgiveness possible without an apology? Because you're married together for life, you have wronged them, they know you love them, so do you really need to apologize? Do you think forgiveness will happen quickly that way? So what is your take? However you want to start, or perhaps you heard some of my talk and you feel, I should say this, I should say this. Whatever has come to mind, please feel free to share with us.
Well, coping with hurt in marriage. Anyone that thinks that they get married and they won't experience hurt, you're just joking. Unless you're not a human being.
Even in Nollywood, self, there is drama. They go through.
Even AI will hurt you. So it's funny because I hear so many people, and I don't know. I think I've heard it a lot, especially when they're single. This idea that you know, if they marry the person they think will fit all their values, then they wouldn't be. They mitigate the situation of experiencing hurt in marriage. And the
But
thing about
how would
marriage
they
is
know?
that
That's the thing. How would they know?
yeah, it's so funny, and I don't know where they get this idea that if they marry a person that fits quote unquote all these values or aesthetics or whatever it is, that they're not going to experience hurt or that it mitigates the amount of hurt. But we live in a life that you can't. We're not the determining factor of how little or how much something happens or if something goes wrong, how much of it is reduced or you just can't know. You just can't know. So there's going to be hurt in marriage, whether it's internal or external. You're going to face it, and then when you bring children into it, that now takes it to another level.
Another
Um,
level altogether.
so it's on, and I heard it so many times that if it's, I will speak from the part that if I can marry a man that have money, everything will be fine. And I'm thinking, hey God, you think that
That's
will
some
save you
people's
from
impression
yeah,
that,
that
oh,
you
I'm
think that will
marrying a
save
rich
you
guy,
from
will be fine.
yeah, that you think that will save you from problem. All right. And it's almost like you're thinking, are you not reading people that have this stuff and they still went through difficulty, they still face something, including our character flaws as well. But it just seems like people think that if they get this particular person, everything will be fine. And it is not true. It's a fantasy. The
It is.
reality is
It
we're
is.
human, we have flaws, and what makes a good marriage is because two people are working at it and they are invested in it and they want it to work. And especially if the man is leading in a way that he's creating an environment that allows the family to, the wife to feel secure and safe, yeah. But you're not going to save yourself from pain. Even if you do everything right, things can go wrong in areas you can't even imagine.
Yeah.
I there's a couple that meant there's a couple that we follow for the much senior couple. Their ministry kind of helped us in the very beginning, really helped us a lot. But when they were talking about difficulty in their marriage, they said if they had to choose between sickness and financial problem, they would choose financial problem because sickness was very difficult. As in, I think the wife had to deal with breast cancer and the husband had to deal with lung cancer.
Wow.
And
In the
yes,
same home.
in the same home.
When they were saying I do, did they know that that was gonna happen?
Let me tell you the fact the wife was saying that she might up, but the things they faced, the challenges they faced, they said
They
it really
married
humbled
them
them.
down.
Yeah, it really, really humbled them. And she said the husband was saying that when the wife was going through the chemo for 3 months, it was one of the worst situations to the point that he said he refused to go home. he would just stay in the hospital. Just stay in the hospital. That he prayed to God that God, this is the woman, I'm bonded with her, and if she goes, just take me with her as well.
Wow. Can
Thankfully,
imagine.
she's here. But I remember when I was watching, and I was like, wow, that they would choose to have financial problem. Say, because the financial problem is money. You can say, okay, we will manage and everything. Say, but hell, this is all in your body. You have to deal with it. So there's hurt in marriages, and it's not something you can avoid. I know it doesn't sound positive,
Most times it
but
might even be beyond your control.
yes. But the good news is that God will help us through it. I believe that so strongly. And I think this becomes one of the greatest, for me, reasons why one should have faith in God is because you will experience things that money will not do it. It just won't do it. Whether it's dealing with a character flaw, whether it's dealing with some issues, I'm all for the. I mean, my wife and I were just currently going through something, and thankfully we pray about it, but it's a challenge financially, but it's not. We're not losing sleep on it. But health challenge, hey, Lord have mercy. Or if there's strife in a marriage where you don't see, you're not on the same page, and it can lead to some very fierce arguments, and then matters of unforgiveness, you
Words,
know,
hurtful words are
hurtful
extreme.
words,
Yeah.
hurtful words, I wish I was, and the devil will come. But in a marriage, you can never assume you know what a person is thinking. And it's funny that I was in a court situation, and even in the law, I heard a lot of Judge Judy, but I've actually witnessed it in court. When it comes to a person's mind, you don't know what a person is thinking. Even when they
Even
say
the
something,
person does not know what their
you
mind is
do,
capable in
yeah, you don't, you
scenarios.
don't know the operation of a person's mind.
Yeah.
That's why they say when it comes to motive or intent, it's very difficult to judge because you're not in their headspace. You're
Oh,
not in their mind to know, oh, this is exact. It's difficult.
yeah.
So
Your
in
angel.
marriage, one of the things that I'm learning more and more is refrain from assumption. Refrain from. This was a difficult challenge for me to learn. Was jumping to conclusion. You just see something and you just jump to, and then when you find out later on that is not how that thing was. So
Yeah.
you now say, hey, you will now like, hey, how did I begin to apologize? So jumping to conclusion, refraining from assumption. It's not easy,
Yeah.
but it's good. It's very difficult, especially if there's something hurtful being said. But I used to hear a friend of mine always say, learn to bite your tongue. Because you will be thankful you didn't say something in the heat of a
I
moment.
know. Because
You'll be
once you're
very thankful
saying
that
it, before to retract it is hard.
yes.
Because the ears
So
have
and I
heard
used
it
to
already.
I used to hear it a lot, but I'm telling you, married now, I know it's so true. Learn as a man, especially us men, just learn to just let that situation play out. Calm down, let it play out. Even if you say, "Look, honey, I can't talk now," and just go, just, but don't say anything hurtful. It's not. Honestly, you are better off later being sure where you can talk something through than to be angry and just say something.
Yeah.
It's not easy. Oh, I'm not gonna behave like I haven't gone through my
Tell me
own. Oh.
about it. Yeah.
But thank God we have learned and we are still learning. Learn to talk things through. Um, you will experience hurt in marriage. And like I said, even when you have children, that's another level of hurt because sometimes your children can be going through something and it's difficult. It's very painful. I remember when our second son, he was ill, and then he was ill for a couple of weeks. We thought it was flu, and this thing went into 2 months, and
Wow.
then 3 months. Oh my God! And we thought, what's going on here? And his mom, my wife, she got to a point she became desperate. She did not go to work. And then one of our friends told her, take him to A&E. And we didn't know he was actually going through a severe illness
Wow.
that was blocking his ear. God. and it's so difficult to see the pain and you just don't know what to do. And then in the A&E, we were there for 23 hours. It took 12 hours before they finally saw him.
Wow.
And by the 23rd hour, the the thing that they helped with his ear something was one little cream. So one was for his eye and the other was for his ear. And we were so grateful because his eyes, we didn't even know was going into a situation where it was going partially blind. It was that much pain. And we would just, and something that we thought was flu became something else. My wife knows the actual condition. And thankfully, they were able to give him some medication. And then they gave him a particular ointment for the eye and the ear. And within 2 days, it was gone. And we're like, man, this thing, apart from the drugs, they had to give him some sort of IV fluid for the medication.
So,
But it was
so,
a
so
pain.
let me use I'm sorry to cut you, but let me use your case scenario because Holy Spirit will help. Imagine what you're sharing right now. Both of you just thought it was flu or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay, and it's on both of you as parents to be at least on the lookout for this for the health of your child. So now
yes.
imagine when you took him to hospital and they da da da. Now imagine you going to your wife to say, "You are a mother. You should have known this." Do you not think that would hurt her deeply? Like,
Of course.
but some people have handled things that way.
Yes, yeah. I've seen that, but that didn't occur to me at the time because
Oh God.
I remember even the GP missed it. Even the GP missed it because we went to the GP and it's just ordinary flu, this and that. And then thankfully the nurse just told my wife's friend who's a nurse said, take him to the and this is something unusual, it's good on. And he has not had that level of illness since that day. This was when he was about 4. He has
Wow.
not had that level of illness since
Oh
that time,
God.
and
Oh God.
and it, that's what I said. That pain in marriage is it happens. I think the bit in Job where it says, man is born to trouble as sparks fly upward." It's just to live in this world. You're going to go through something.
Oh,
I
definitely.
don't care. You can confess from now to tomorrow. You can confess, stand on the word of God. You are going to go through something. Even the Bible says that Jesus Christ learned how to be obedient to the things he suffered. But we
So
get
let
wiser.
me let me because of time, I'm mindful. So let me now ask you, how can couples maintain that emotional safety even after a painful experience? Because they're still committed in there and they want to enjoy that relationship still.
Yes. One of the things I think that I find with pain is that pain, in a way, reveals something about a condition or something. It reveals something, it's letting us know something is not right.
Okay.
um, um, it's like we go on this journey to discover what is wrong, how can we deal with this thing. And it's funny how pain, in a way, when you're going through it, is actually also revealing our character. How do we cope with this situation? Who are we? What, am I becoming better for this situation? And when it came to this our son situation, in a way, it kind of helped us forge this idea of, "Oh, we are going to work this thing together. We are going to deal with it together." And I remember, like I said, when she took that day off, she didn't go into work. She spent the whole day at A&E. In a way, it bonded us even more as a family, especially with our child. And I think in a way, it made our son know that my parents are here for me.
Yeah.
He's never had that feeling of, "Oh, my parents are going to abandon me." I think in a way, it strengthened our unity as a family. It made us very, very tight knit in that situation. So, in this funny way, we came out of that situation stronger as a family, but also more, in a way, more discerning and wiser in how we dealt with it. And we just, again, we learned, don't just
Grown, kind
assume,
of grew in
not
there
to
in that
assume, you
experience.
know. Yeah. So that's what I was saying, that that's, in a way, that's what we can, when you learn something from something like that, or any sort of situation,
Yeah.
then it means it gives you a life lesson, and it gives you wisdom that you may not have had before, or learned, or knew how to handle prior to that situation. And that's something that, unfortunately, sometimes pain does that. It's funny that we're talking about the book of Job earlier today, the book of Job, and we are thinking, you know, it's the devil that harmed Job like that. It wasn't God that like did that to Job. In fact, it was because of how God was blessing Job, that the devil now said, it's because you are blessing him. So if you take your hand off, let's see whether you still worship
Hurting a
you.
little or much.
Exactly. So and that kind of a little bit of evil in our marriages. Sometimes the devil really comes for us like, are they still going to be together if they go through this thing? Are they will this situation be strong enough to destroy the marriage now?
Yeah.
Have I found something? And we have to remember that sometimes we are going through things not because of, or but because of who we are as Christians as well.
Yeah.
That also invites situation and trouble to our life just because of who we are in Christ. But the good news is that God will help us through that situation and we gain wisdom. But I'm not going to go through pain in marriage. Okay, I'm yet to see the one that hasn't gone through anything. No, I'm still finding it.
Maybe
Oh,
they just
even
had
among billionaires, even among billionaires, they still divorce. Why? Something is happening.
Yeah.
And I've heard some things, and unfortunately, I have certain friends who work with very wealthy people, and their marriages just they too are going through very difficult thing. And thinking, but all this, I, I met I'm one of my friend's clients. He's making some serious 90 figures, and his wife was calling for divorce after 20 years of marriage, calling for a divorce. Why? She said because why can't he spend more time now that he has more money now and he's spending less time with her? And she said, I'm fed up, I don't want to continue. And I'm thinking, this man making good money. The house is
I
about
was
to.
going to say that sometimes you question people who come out of long-term marriage relationship, and you be wondering if this is what you. Why did you stay? Why did you? Because they're hoping that this person will change. They
Yes.
keep giving them
And
chance
it,
upon chance, but
and
nothing.
the man refused. The man said, no, I'm still busy.
Can you imagine?
So
So
so when I look at my fellow my jam people, like money every time I say be careful. It's you don't assume what you don't know. Be
yeah.
very careful. You don't just know how you will handle certain situations if you're in that situation. You just don't know. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, the other bit of the question again, the second question is forgiveness possible without an apology? Leslie.
It's difficult, but forgiveness is possible because it's not about the other person. It's between the individual and the Lord. Forgiveness is about you being free from that situation. Reconciliation is where somebody will apologize because they recognize they've done wrong. But forgiveness ultimately is between you and the Lord. You don't need someone's apology to forgive them. Yeah, you can refrain from being in the same circle with them or whatever, but forgiveness is between
But
you
this
and the
is your
Lord because
spouse we're talking about, not just
even
any.
in your spouse, even your spouse, you
So
can
if they've
you can
offended you grievously and they never came to apologize, you just decide of your own, okay, you just forgive them.
yeah, but you can unfortunately that might set a situation where you're no longer going to be as close. Something is in them not then they are making the work of reconciliation difficult. That's the other part. So you can forgive in your heart and between you and the Lord and release them, but it would make the intimacy harder in the reconciliation aspect of it very difficult. It will set, unfortunately it could set a boundary in your relationship that
Okay.
is not going to be, that will only be dealt with if the person who has done the offending realizes that okay, I want to now reconcile and seek this thing, or else it's not, you can forgive. And I have seen real life situations. Like I said, I have one particular auntie, I wish she could just divorce her husband, but she's not going to divorce her husband. She has forgiven him, but they do not stay in the same room. And I know that she's free in that sense.
So how would they be enjoying that marriage, living like
Because the
that?
husband is stubborn, and let me know. But I know she has forgiven him in terms of that. That's how he wants to behave, and she's living her life in that sense. But she refused to divorce him as well. And I'm like, I don't know how you're doing it to me. I'd have left her. But that is how she wants to operate, and I can see that the grace of God still works in her life. So, yeah, but that boundary is set. That boundary is set, and until the man humbles himself and decides that okay, I want to reconcile, I want to do what needs to be done. I think, but yeah, forgiveness is possible. It's painful. It's hard. I'm not gonna forgive for everybody. Different people respond to different things, but ultimately, forgiveness is required for one relationship to continue. It's not about them, you know.
Yeah.
It's not
Okay.
about them. It's between us and God. that is between us and God, that I want my relationship with God to continue, and therefore I can let that offense go, let God deal with them.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Kenneth, I see your post. I don't know if you're there. Good evening, Kenneth. Let's come to you. If you're there, or probably is on a call now, I don't know. It's amazing. It's amazing that bouncing back, because there's a whole lot of things, except those couples are not committed to one another in that relationship. Because if you say you're struggling, you can't forgive or what, of course you will encroach into your intimacy, your connection, your communication, because you don't even talk to them. Since you can't forgive them, then anger is still there, resentment is still there, and all of those things. So how do you intend to move past that? Or is that how you've purposed to live the rest of your life in that marriage? God helping you in your 40s, you still have 60 something odd years to live life with this person. Are you ready to live 60 years, in that kind of a way? So these are things people need to kind of self-reflect on. And that's why you cannot afford not to talk about certain hurts or certain events or mistakes or whatever it is, so that with words, is those words and your action that will help rebuild that emotional safety for your spouse, for yourself even, and for the family at large. Is it painful experience? Of course. And that's why you have found yourself in this state. And the offending party or the hurtful party really needs to be patient, because just like Leslie said, the way everybody deals with things is different. You might feel, even your own sibling, you did something worse, and in no time they forgive you. That is your sibling. This person is not your sibling. This person is your spouse. So give them time to heal, but make sure you're also there every step of the way, helping them through the emotional ups and downs of whatever hurt you have brought in there, because nobody is perfect. Like I said, it might be your spouse that have offended you today or done something to hurt you, and it's tomorrow you are the one hurting them and you're seeking forgiveness as well. So these things, you can't predict it. Even if somebody predicts it, how you're going to react to it, they might not be able to predict it right. Everybody is different. However, you have signed up for a lifetime commitment, a lifetime journey with this person. You will offend one another. You will hurt one another. Doesn't mean you don't love them. It doesn't mean you don't respect them or whatever. Life happens. We get it. But how do we move past that hurt so that we can still enjoy our marriage relationship? That is our focus today. Coping with hurt in that marriage relationship. Hurts will come, even if your husband is a saint, even if your wife is a pastor, whatever it is. I wish we could conduct a research right now and ask people to come. If you're married, come. Fill this form. Has your wife ever offended you or hurt you? Has your husband ever hurt you? You'll be amazed. Even the so-called people we see as role models in terms of marriage, when they come, I should have known. When they when they come and tell you tales from their experience of 45 years or 50 years, you say, hey, this person did this to you? You mean? And then you'll be looking at them like, and they're still together, strong, tight. And you'll be wondering, how have they gotten over it? Life experience. And they're willing to share with you how they've overcome some grievous hurt that they may have caused one another in the process of that journey. And some people, they don't want to talk about it because it's probably still sore, or still probably would trigger some things for them. So, but whichever way, you know yourself, you know your spouse better. If you're the type that you were not talking on talking terms before, at this time you would have to talk to them, because you can't keep ignoring, because it would just seem like you've done this and you just want to get away with it. I should get over it because of whatever reason. So we need to be intentional to rebuilding that trust again, to rebuilding that emotional safety in that marriage with our spouse. There's no point, going out to lament and lament and lament to other people that you're not married to them. They will not be the one to make amends, or they will not be the one to apologize. Even if they apologize on your spouse's behalf, are you willing to still forgive? go to your spouse. When you're much calmer, when you know your words will not be unkind, so that it doesn't aggravate whatever has happened. Because words, hey, words are powerful. Words can quickly make pain go away, and words can put in dagger still to that pain. Choose wisely the words you use with your spouse, especially when they're finding all grace to forgive you. Don't just say, it's been a month. Get over it already. Hey, hey. Lord will help us. I don't know what happened to Kenneth. He dropped. Let me see. Maybe he's on a call. Let's see whether he will come back. I don't know where's our community. Let me invite Nick. Let's see. Let's hear from you. I see you going in and out. Let's hear from you today. What do you think about this? How can people cope? When they've gone through hurt in their marriage, how can they bounce back? How can they maintain that emotional safety, for themselves, for their spouse? Well, if children are involved, because sometimes these children experience this hurt as well. Is mommy and daddy fighting? They say when two elephants are fighting, the grass will suffer. Yes, you agree with that. So sometimes
Yeah,
the children will see the
yeah.
hurt.
Oh, I've had a few. I remember one time we were arguing in the car, taking my wife back from work. One time, this is a few years back, and our second son just spoke up. Daddy, can you just stop talking to mommy like that? Just stop it. Just stop. We were in the car, and
Wow.
and I remember telling you, Asa, you have no idea what's going on. You just have none. But I remember coming back home thinking, I didn't even need to talk like that in the car. I could have just refrained and everything.
That is the mindset. Reflect on what you've done,
Yeah.
and don't let ego or pride of a man make you feel
Ah.
give her your mind. If you
Mm,
have to, how do you reconcile? You have to go back
mm.
to her and talk. Even that child, you owe your child an apology.
It's funny. It's funny you're saying that because I was in a men's meeting and that this is just my opinion. And I was hearing there were some things I thought and I heard something and I felt I don't know. It just didn't make me feel comfortable. But it was this impression where like, oh, the sign of a good marriage is if the man is dominant, is in control, and everything is wrong. And I'm thinking, do we is that what we're trying to return to as Christians? Do we think that's how it's supposed to be? That we're, that's this dominant charge and everything. And I said, even back in those days, if you actually look at even when you look at so-called warrior time, I said even the women fought. Don't think they were just they too had to learn to fight as well. It wasn't like it was only the men that did all the fighting. The women too had to fight. How did you get all these warrior situations where women had to learn to fight with axes, swords, and everything? So it's this idea that and then there was this notion that Muslim people have better marriages. And I said, who told you that?
No.
If you can't if you go to those same Muslim countries now, even now, if you're not a Muslim, you won't be able to survive in those terrain. You wouldn't be able to. That this idea that we think if men rule the marriage, everything is fine. I said those countries that operate like that, they're not doing well. They're not doing particularly well, and where they are, especially when you talk about Saudi Arabia or Dubai, they've had to have a lot of Western influence, especially when it comes to the economies,
Okay.
infiltrate them to allow them, or else they would not. Pakistan is a Muslim country, they're not doing well. Bangladesh is a Muslim country, they're not doing well. So we if we're going to compare, we need to be careful how we're comparing what makes a successful marriage. It's not just this one leader
Bobby.
running everything. It's not a true sign of peace. And in those marriages, you do not know the things that are going on, the atrocities that are happening, the deep wounds that are happening for this idea we think is a great marriage. It's not. If you A
Yeah.
lot of research shows they're not having a good marriage, and a lot of it is
They say
a lot of pain
all
and
that
suffering.
glitter is not gold.
It's not gold. So we have to be careful what we're comparing. And the fact that a person may think that their wife is too free, I'm thinking, what do you want to be in bondage in your own home? We got to weigh up what we're looking at here. But a good marriage means that I've said before, is either your home is a haven or a battleground, but you can't be both. It cannot be both.
You have
You've
to.
got to be working towards something,
Yeah.
and it takes. There is a level of pain and sacrifice for you to have a good home as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like having a beautiful garden. You're going to do a lot of maintenance and
That's why I
work.
always say that marriage is not for boys and girls. It's not for
It's
living
not.
people. You have to
There's
be
a lot of
mature enough to go because it's quite demanding.
a beautiful garden does not happen by accident. There's a lot of uprooting, weeding, cleaning, clearing before you see the
Schooling,
beauty, and even the design work
mm-hmm.
takes time and effort. It's not something that it's just, oh, this thing just happened by, oh, look at this beautiful place. It doesn't happen by accident. Someone has put in time, effort, work into it to
Yeah.
make it look like, oh yeah, this is a very nice thing.
Mm.
So there is pain in doing that as well. It doesn't just come easy and cheap.
Thank God. Well, God will continue to give us the grace to overcome whatever hurt, to go back to that emotional safety space and all. That is my prayer for us because these things do happen. And I've heard of cases where husband and wife have had to go their separate ways because of the hurt. It was too much to bear, or a repeated hurt, and you say, oh, I've gave you first chance, second chance, third chance, you're taking me for granted, I can't do this anymore, and that's the end of the marriage. But is that what God would have? No, of course not. So I always say that when we don't see the goodness of marriage or in our marriage, we should check ourselves. As a wife, am I doing the needful? As a husband, am I doing the needful? When there are issues, I mean, not issues that you're the one creating for yourself, issues of life happen to couples, you're meant to even fight it together, not fight one another or not hurt one another more to be champion over what. No, that way you're not going to build any healthy relationship with your spouse. So when things happen, mistakes do happen. Infidelity, like I said, would happen. Lies can happen. Mismanagement can happen that will hurt the next person. Imagine, I think I gave some an example here some months back of this couple. They decided to have a joint account. They sat down and had this meeting. So how much are we going to say? We've not done this before, let's try. Okay, let's even start £50 a month. Whatever you're earning, whatever I'm earning, this account we've opened joint, let's be putting £50 a month. Okay, they agreed, fine. Both of them have access to it. It's online banking as well, so they could see what was going on in there. So this woman, she was so excited that finally they're doing this. Before she collects her salary like this, she can't wait to put the £50 away. Like, let's see, by the end of this year, my own 50 will be 600. Maybe we should do more. But she said, excitement, let's even start with that. And as they went on, maybe they can increase it. So this woman was putting her £50. And because of the love and trust, she wasn't opening online to be checking whether the husband was, because this was what they agreed. And then she was putting her 50, and then this man too is meant to be putting his 50. So I think almost 6 months. So 5 times 6, that's £300 from her should be in there. Yeah. If the husband, stuck with that, should be 300 from him, making £600. Guess what? This day she was just, the way you just press and pressed off. Just, let me check our account. Oh boy, she was excited. And she opened that account. Leslie, the Haven, A13. Please ask me how much was in that account. Please, somebody ask me. I'm waiting. Ask me how much.
0.
It was £3 something.
Yee. Fire in the mountain. Fire in the mountain.
Found something, meaning what she even kept there, the man was taking. He did not even put his own. That's bad enough. He was spending what she was putting in there. And you can imagine her mind, that excitement, from that excitement level to the opposite. She just went, what happened to the money? And the man was lackadaisically like, what money? Like, what money? And the woman was like, in fact, you think it was more than that money. But because a lot of things was broken for her, the trust,
The trust.
betrayal,
Betrayal.
in fact, emotional trauma, all of those things at once. Now said the money we said we're going to be putting in that account. I just said let me check 6 months. There should be 600 in there, but rather I found £3 something. He said, oh, don't worry, I borrowed it. I'll put it back. Imagine that woman felt so hurt. In fact, she made up her mind she's not adding any money. I can't trust this person. In fact, she saw a different side to the husband. And now imagine what else would have broken for this woman just because of that simple act. So she was carrying the hurt, but she's not ready to throw the marriage away over that. But then will things be the same again, especially with that kind of attitude from the husband? So there's so many ways couple can hurt each other. It's not, in fact, so many ways. It's not a particular way. It can be, like I said, infidelity, it can be mismanagement of money, a whole lot of things. But when you now don't want to talk about it, that's why I asked that. Is forgiveness possible without an apology? Now imagine this woman, who knows now, she just, for her own peace of mind, oh, I've just let go. Now, this man will not think, the 300 pounds that I've spent, let me give it back to her for peace to reign. He just will, don't worry. Just like that. How will they come back to a place of trust again if one party doesn't even see that the trust was broken?
And in that situation, that would make the person decide, okay, I'm not going to. When it comes to money now, I will not trust you.
No.
So they might let it go, but they will not trust you where money is concerned. That now you have to work hard to regain and build that trust. And this trust is not easy to earn. It's hard work.
It
It
is.
takes a
It's
it takes
broken.
a lifetime to build it back. So yeah,
Help. Thank
and
you.
now he has fixed about a boundary has been set. Pim, I'm not gonna invest money where you are concerned.
At all. And she will even take it further than that 300 pounds, I'm telling you. And then
Mm,
opportunities may be lost because they were not able to pull together to do something tangible.
it is sad, and I've seen that in a lot of relationships where they don't it's not the shared vision when it comes to understanding
Of
how to work
values
together
about
financially
things. Yeah.
is
I
very
mean,
painful.
that is integrity gone out the window.
And that's a character flaw. That's a character flaw. When the person lack the integrity to commit to something and stay committed, it's a character flaw.
There is no how they're building positively or with that attitude, really. But it is what it is. So these things do happen. It does happen. I have the Haven. Let me see the full name. The Heaven and Earth Rejoice. What a name. Good evening, Heaven and Earth Rejoice. Welcome to Insight. How are you? I'm sure you've heard one or two things. Me and Leslie have been chatting. I don't know, maybe our people are busy today, but it's all good. We'll make it worth the while, at least to people passing by, listening in as well. So the heaven and earth, I don't know what you have to say to this topic. I've given my talk, and the question now is, how can couples maintain emotional safety even after a painful experience? And again, is it possible? Is forgiveness possible without an apology? So I don't know where the heaven and earth want to start from today. I hope you can speak. You have to unmute so that we can hear you, please. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, because I'm just coming in, so I really don't know where to start from. But to me, forgiveness is a good thing because it will be easy for that particular person
Mm.
to carry on and to move on with her life. I don't know if I'm correct.
That's okay.
Because if one is not forgiving the other,
Mm.
maybe partner or whoever,
Your
the,
spouse, yeah.
the grudges will continue and it's like harming oneself as well,
Mm-hmm.
which is not very good for one's health.
Yeah.
So depend on the level of that particular situation.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay. So do
Yeah.
you think it's possible to forgive without an apology?
Um, It would be good to apologize, but some people find it difficult to say they are sorry. but through their character or something, you
Oh,
can
Minister
maybe one can
Sonia.
detect that they are sorry, or I don't know. Yeah,
Mm,
it's possible if you have, as a child of God,
okay.
depend on the level we are at Christ. So,
It depends on the spiritual maturity level, really.
yeah.
Mm,
So, but if God is working on someone, one can easily forgive the person, but everyone is different. Yeah.
okay. Okay. So the other question that I asked, I know you didn't get to hear my own talk, but I mean you can answer this or you can come back to it later. So how can couple maintain that emotional safety after they've gone through that painful experience? What do you think they can do to come back together again?
Um, hmm. Well, maybe what they can do if they are either Christian or in any whatever their
Faith-based. Yeah.
their religion, whatever they, if they can be agreeing together to pray and to learn to trust one another and
Okay.
to trust as well. I think the person have to either change
Mm.
and make the partner or wife or husband to be able to trust and see a new person in that person.
Oh, Mila.
I
Mm.
don't know.
Yeah, well, you've spoken well. Thank you. Thank you for the heart to me, Mila. You have
Thank
spoken very much. Thank you. So that means they have to be intentional about
yeah,
helping each other, yeah, back to that space again.
yeah,
You know, if you have to keep apologizing until you've seen that their mind is now soft towards you, because one of the things I said in my talk is sometimes the partner that has hurt their spouse will be demanding, after I've been apologizing since, can't you just get over it? Is that going to help the hurt in their spouse go away quickly? No. So you have to give your spouse time
mm,
to heal, and the tendency is your spouse may go into a shell because they're hurting,
mm,
because they're disappointed. Don't just be looking at them as a very depressing somebody. No, that is the time you need to bring your emotional A game on to support them, because I mean, once upon a time they were good, they were okay. It was because of the mishap or whatever has happened that has led your spouse to be in this space, and it's on you to help them out of it, but not be demanding or find it hard to apologize. It's after all, I love you. If you know I love you, you should know that I didn't mean to do what no excuse will be given to justify whatever action it is. But however, we need to be mindful how we try to repair the damage or the hurt we have caused our spouse. So thank you so much, Heaven. Thank you so much. Is forgiveness possible without an apology? I personally think it would be hard, because you don't know what is going on in the mind of people. Just Leslie, like you said, they might just take you for granted because they didn't apologize. You forgave them. Tendency is they just go and do that thing again, thinking, "Oh, this person is a very forgiving person." You don't know how some people's mind work, and they'll start playing on you. And then this person, they'll let them run thin on the grace they are extending, and then maybe just one tiny thing they now do that is not doesn't warrant any reaction. You would just see the spouse flare up to another level. You'll be wondering, not knowing that they've been bottling up all the past forgiveness, so to say. So you never know how this mind sometimes can react to situations. But in it all, we need, I mean, it's only on us. Even God, imagine me going to God. I know I've wronged him. I'll just go, oh yeah, Father, give me this. Because I know you love me. You love me whether I do good, whether I do bad, and then I go demanding from God. He'll just be looking at me. So how much more with our spouses? Whether little, whether small, I get it. Some people, maybe it's the culture or where they grew up in. It's not their way of life to actually apologize or whatever. If you have to text your wife, if you have to write a letter, whatever you have to do, at least let them know that you are remorseful. because the knowledge of that remorsefulness will help them heal quickly. Imagine you're still demanding your rights, having done wrong. It's going to hurt them. It's going to keep hurting them. And even when they want to think of forgiveness, and this is your attitude, you're not helping them to forgive you on time. So that means they will not heal in time. So you now decide how you want your relationship to go. And if they're not healing on time, they're still hurting. Tendency is a lot of things will suffer in that marriage. A lot of things will suffer. They might not even want to talk to you because they feel you're just taking them for granted now. They might just feel, so is it me that will come and apologize again or something? Some people, all they want to hear is, I am sorry. And honestly, that is the end of the matter. But some men or women, is the pride and ego. This one, we're not gender biased. Some women find it hard to say, I'm sorry. Some men find it hard to say, I'm sorry. And this is your spouse. Somebody you're meant to be doing life with. What is the big deal? You've made a mistake. Okay, tough. You're still alive to make reparation. Why not do it the right way and not be demanding? Give your spouse time to recover from the shock or from the whatever it is. Thank you, Mila. I see you. Thank you so much. So it's on us. Now we have to be intentional. To rebuild a broken trust is really hard. It's really, really hard. And you can soften that process by your actions, what you do to help your spouse, quickly regain that trust back. Or you're the one that take them for granted because, my husband is soft-spoken, my husband doesn't like trouble, and then you go and be poking them. The day those kind of people will show you, you almost think they are not the person you married. Thank you so much, Heaven, for that. It's amazing the trauma hurt can bring in a marriage relationship. We don't want to traumatize our spouse, so let's do the needful. We've done the deed. It's bad enough we've done the deed, and they're still in shock that we could do that deed. Imagine you fighting. Your spouse will never ever do this, can never ever do that, because you trust them, you know them. And then your spouse will say, please don't fight for me, because I've actually done that thing. You almost pass out. So imagine that level of trust broken like that. That person will be broken. There is no how they will come and hug you straight away. So give them time to heal. Give them time to recover. Let them express their anger, their frustration, their disappointment. Be ready to take it, because like I said, as you make your bed, so you will lie in it. And I know for a fact that some people have gone their separate ways because the hurt was too much, or it has gone on for so long. And then the other party does not see the need to make that reparation. So God will help us, really. That's what I've said in my prayers, that God will help us whatever we need to overcome that hurt, so that we can keep enjoying our marriage relationship. The Lord will give us, the Lord will bless us with it. So I don't know if anybody want to say anything. Honestly, we're good to go tonight. My prayer is that somebody out there have hurt. They will go and sit and reflect. If you're the one that has hurt your spouse, please don't let pride or ego make you do the needful. Go and hug your wife, go and hug your husband, and tell them you're sorry. Rebuild together again. And the grace is more than sufficient. That's what my Bible says. Go talk to the author. Together hold your spouse and pray to God to heal your heart, so that you can keep enjoying that marriage relationship. It's very crucial. Maybe before we go, let me bring my puzzle today. I think it's too easy, but you never can tell. Leslie, the Heaven, do you have anything you want to add? Or let's do our puzzle to make us laugh a bit today. Yeah, let's do our puzzle. Leslie, are you still there? Minister Sarah, I saw you. Oh, I think I have. Susan, how are you? I was just about to maybe round up. Mr. Chris, I see you. Let me try to invite us if you come up, or if not, I might just bring the puzzle. Let me accept Kennedy.
That thing about hurting marriage, I just think that there's a lot of marriages that are hurting. I don't even remember, there was one that came on maybe a few months ago where the husband is living in the basement of the house that him and the wife
Yeah,
bought,
yeah,
and the
yeah. I
and you're
remember that.
thinking, what level of hurt is that?
Yeah.
Where and the man refused to leave, and I'm thinking, I don't know why you stay in a situation where the woman have like, I don't know how they still
Were
cope,
hurt.
but there's a lot of measures like that. I don't know how they do it. Where there's a level of hurt and pain, and yet they are still together. So that's the one I don't understand. And there's a lot of unforgiveness, and yet they will not call it a day. They won't leave. They will. I don't understand that one. That one
It's
still
just to
does me
let
like
you know
mystery.
that, yeah, it's just to let you know that sometimes it has nothing to do with love because they still love each other, but because of that hurt, it's like they can't move past it. And that's why we're here today. Because if you can't move past it, you're neither here nor there. You're not enjoying the marriage and you're still in there. So what are you doing? That's why I always say when it's grievous like that, when it's big and huge like that, seek professional counseling because otherwise, so I don't know whether it was even you, Leslie, sharing that this couple they've been living together for years and years, and they're not sleeping together in the same room or so. Somebody have shared that before. I've heard that before, and they say, "For I haven't touched my wife for the last 10 years," and you're bold to say that, and you're bragging about that. You can't see it as a failure thing. I don't even know the words to use now. So you can imagine you're carrying the hurt. Who has hurt who? Who is demanding for what? Who cannot come to compromise or who it's just crazy. And then there are children sometimes involved in this situation. The children don't know whether you're coming or going, but you say you and daddy are not together, but you live in the same house. Sometimes you even eat on the same diet. You're confusing everybody just because you don't know how to move past that hurt. Then seek professional help. Seek professional help. If you have to do it separately and then do it collect together, do something. Don't just be there. And then this wife will be thinking, I have one man toasting me now. Oh, I don't know whether to go for this man because I'm not legally divorced or this. And there's even more chaos and confusion. So we have to own up to our responsibilities. Both of us are meant to be held accountable to whatever happens in that relationship. That's why I said, is forgiveness possible without an apology? Because there's a whole lot of dynamics to this. You haven't said sorry to what you have done and I've forgiven you, and now you've done this again. Do you know that it can break that trust for life?
Yeah, that couple, like I said, the couple I know here, they have not been in the same bedroom for 15 years. They are
How?
in the same house. And the wife has told us, I have forgiven my husband, but I am not, I don't let him stay with me in the same room. And they live separate lives. And every once in a while, there's like a little mini civil war. and we keep saying, why are you lot in the same this thing? And her thing is, I don't want to lose the property. I don't want to. If we divorce, he will take my hard-earned money and everything because he will gain more, and that's
Then
her
why
thing.
not
So
find a way to come back together and just
they know.
live?
I'm telling you,
Think it's just pride
and they
and
will
ego
tell them
on
go and
both
get,
their part.
and they have both refused professional counseling. They have refused professional counseling. In fact, the husband is like, the one that even told me that the husband is like, he's not invested in the marriage, and yet he won't lead the marriage, and then he'll blame his wife for everything, but then he will tell him, okay, go now. No, he won't go.
No,
And
they,
he will blame her for
they,
everything,
they
and
need
yet he will not.
professional help, I'm sorry to say.
Honestly,
Yes.
and there's a few I've seen. I think the younger generation, our peers, especially from my generation down, I think they are more they are more keen like, if it's not working, I'm out. Behavior. I just will not. I'm not gonna hang around them.
It's all
So, but
good.
I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a generational thing. I don't know what's going on with that situation,
No,
but
you,
they have not been
it's like, yeah.
in the same bedroom for 15 years, and I don't
Uh,
know how they do it. I keep saying I don't know. I can't do it too. I don't know how they do it too. But hey.
that will even torture them mentally, emotionally, physically, and all of that. you're together yet you're not together. It's something else. They say nothing hurts more than being disappointed by the one person you thought would never hurt you. And that's what we're saying is part of life. If we say we're not going to get hurt in that marriage, we lie to ourselves. But now that somebody is hurt or somebody has hurt somebody, how do we move past it so that we can still build this home? How do we move past the hurt? How do we forgive? How do we let go? How do we heal so that we can keep enjoying this marriage? Life happens, things happen, but should that be the end of it all, really? Can we not compromise? Can we not sit and talk way forward? Can we not reset our boundaries again, our expectations again, and things like that? Like I said, sometimes when it's so grievous, get professional help and don't look at it as a shameful thing. No, because what you're doing right now is not working, it's not helping anybody. You're neither here nor there, you're neither warm or cold. Do you understand? So, well, God will help us all. So I don't even know where to begin now, because honestly, guys, we're about rounding up. I said maybe this is how God will have us go, and then everybody just pop in at the same time. It's amazing. So I'm not going in any particular order. Okay, actually, Kenneth, you were here. I don't know what happened. You were dropped off. So Kenneth, at least you've been here for some of the talks and all that. So I don't know what your take is. If you don't know where to begin, you can start with our questions for today. How can couple maintain emotional safety even after a painful experience? And again, is forgiveness possible without an apology? So the floor is yours, Kenneth. Please, let's hear you. Good evening.
Good evening, host, and good evening, everyone that is on board and those in the comment section. Well, host, first of all, I want to thank you for coming up with topic like this. We marriage people, a lot of us pretend that this thing is not happening in our own, but this is what every one of us has been going through. But we thank God with learning every day. We are overcoming on daily basis with what we learn for people like you for topic like this. I want to say thank you very much, and then I want to begin with this way that there is not home that is perfect, and there is no home you won't find out, or there is no marriage you won't find out. But the only way we can continue to overcome it is whereby forgiveness, number one, and when that forgiveness come in, we learn from whatever that has happened for that hurt that we experience. It can be the man, it can be the woman, but we learn on daily basis for it not to repeat itself again, and for us to move forward so that we don't stuck in that or that hurt. Because a lot of us, we pretend that are forgiving you, but inside, mostly the women part, like when I become for the women for this time, most of the women, they say, "I'm forgiving you." Okay, you apologize, and they say, "I forgive you." But when there is any little misunderstanding, they bring something that happened 10, 20 years ago, start to tell you that, yes, you did it before, and you say you're not going to do it again, but still you start doing it, and they bring what you yourself don't remember anymore. But by so doing, you start that hurt again, you start that pain. That pain start coming, and you start building that something that you say you have forgotten the person for before. But we thank God by the help of the Holy Spirit. That's why we say when couple begin to pray together, when couple begin to do things together, it helps them to overcome that hurt. And whether hurt is not there anymore, you see the true love, and you see the true person, and you see the true change that this person has changed. It's not doing those things that he used to do before. I'll say forgiveness is one of the vital things that will help every marriage when things like this happen, when you forgive each other and you move on to the glory of God. God bless you, man.
Thank you. Forgiveness is key. It's key. And, for those who are just joining in or not too long, I've had to go deep into my Bible to bring some portion of the Bible that encourages us. Hurt will come, but God said He will mend the brokenhearted. So at times like this, you're struggling to move past that hurt, seek God, because He's the owner of forgiveness. God is forgiveness personified. So if you don't know how to forgive, seek God's help so that I can help you through that forgiveness period, and then you can heal and then move back, to better than what life was in that marriage is very crucial. I think Benga, I see you're welcome. So I'm going to go to Susan. I'm just going in accordance of the people in the box. Susan, good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're good. How's your day?
Very busy. Good evening, everybody. Good
No, that's
evening.
a song on most of our lips. Yeah. So at least the little you've heard, I don't know what your contribution is, but we want to hear you.
Eh, I like to give my own explanation with real life experience because
Please.
I don't like to say things off my head because it's like this, like the adage that says, "Now you wear shoe, now you know where they pain." Yeah, so sometimes we tend to say things based on hearsay. But when you're in that shoe, you now ask yourself, how am I going to get out of this? It's easy to say forgive, but I don't sometimes I tell people, where do they get that adage that says forgive and forget? It's not in the Bible. Bible just says you should forgive. It didn't say you should forget. So, Mr. Kenneth, you see the women, we have memory stick in our brain as ladies.
That's the way
So
God has wired us.
yes,
So
so
if you
we
don't
don't
want trouble,
forget.
if you don't offend us,
That is it. So we'll remind you with date and time 20 years ago. That's how we have been wired. Okay, so that aside. Now, talking about forgiveness, yes, you can forgive without an apology. But that forgiveness is, to me, I feel is not real. It's not let's be realistic, it's not real. Somebody hurts you, let's forget husband and wife. A friend hurts you, and the person did not apologize. All of a sudden they just shoved everything under the carpet and everything is lovey-dovey. You, in your inner mind, I'm sure you'll be like, this girl, let me just wait for her to just do something and I'll just it's human nature. So most times I encourage people, no matter how bad it is, apologize. I know I'm sorry is so heavy. Some even me, I will tell you, before I tell you sorry, I need to know why I'm saying sorry. I cannot just tell you sorry because you want sorry. And I understand that, oh yes, the Yoruba culture, they like ekpele, ekpele, ekpele. We don't say that where I come from. We need to know why. There must be a reason, explain. Why am I telling you sorry? Because all this ekpele, ekpele, they don't mean it. It's just from the lips. And then tomorrow they'll still do the same thing and still tell you ekpele. But when you understand why you are sorry, you explain, you talk to each other, then such may not repeat itself. That's it. I say may because we are humans.
yeah.
So it may not repeat itself. But when you keep saying ekpele, ekpele, the next minute they are doing it again. And you'll be like, but you just apologize now. You are why
So what's going
it's
on here?
that
Yeah.
is it. So sometimes I like to be realistic in my dealings with people because we tend to live in this kind of movie world
Fantasy.
that does not exist. And then you're at the end of the day, but you just saw this that is that person. Don't. And one problem with we in our marriages, we tend to compare. But this person did this one did he apologized. We are not the same thing. We are not the same. So let to me, I just feel it's best you apologize. But if that room, we don't have that room to apologize because you want peace, move on. It's tough to move on, no, it's very tough. Like Brakene say, our generation, they didn't teach us all that. Most of us are learning from our mistakes. So probably that's why we have that problem amidst our generation.
Okay.
So we're not being taught properly. We know the Bible say you should forgive 70 times 70. How? You've not digged into deep. But Jesus said, if they do, just forgive. That's Jesus. I'm not Jesus. That's what people,
Susan, I gave that analogy. Somebody's message. I said, how can one person offend you 490 times a day? Are they
as in
devil?
no, but some people are wired like that.
No, I don't think they might do 490. They can try 400, but no, 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 no.
Some people are wired like this. They just like trouble. They like trouble. But then coping with hurt in marriage is so is really is not easy.
It's hard. I know.
It's not easy. If I want to tell you from experience, sincerely, I did not enjoy that lifestyle. When I first got married, it was all lovey-dovey, everything was good. And then family started intruding, and he was now listening to family. And I'm like, but this was not the plan. This was, you're like, this is the step we are going, and you are going this way. Then the next thing, if there's something to buy in the house, you divide into three and you take one third, you leave the rest for me. I am not working. I
Only
was
you
on.
that is true, me. I don't understand.
That is it now. And then you say you are the man of the house when it suits you. So such things. And then one day, this is real life story now. One day I opened the wardrobe, I saw a suitcase. I lifted, what was in this suitcase? I had to break the suitcase. You will not believe what I saw. Money in different currencies.
Wow.
And I'm like, so this boy has this money in this house. Yet you are doing this. Bring money, bring rent, you will not bring rent. Do this, you will not. As in, I was really, really hurt. Even though he's late now, sometimes when I talk about it, I feel very tearful. I'm like, but how did I cope? So the hurt in marriage almost is level by level.
I know.
Let me stop here. So let me not let's just stop here so that others will talk. God bless you.
Thank you, Susan. I mean, it's real, and like I said, I mean, to everyone who started with the talk with me, I said this is a very sensitive, deep, emotional talk. If after this live you feel the need to, talk or unburden yourself, please feel free to DM me. Like I said, check my bio. This is what I do for a living. So please feel free to reach out if you need that space, to offload whatever hurt you're carrying and you don't know what to do with it. That is my assignment here, more or less. So thank you so much, Susan, for sharing that real life experience. This is reality in marriage. No matter how strong a marriage is, it goes through this hurt. But how do we cope with it? How do we move past it so that we can still enjoy this marriage relationship? Remember, it's commitment. We're in it for life. Life would happen, ups and downs, sideways, leftways, whatever. But we have to learn to cope with certain things so that we can move past it. Today is me that has hurt my husband. Tomorrow, maybe it's the one that will hurt me. So we never can tell. But with both forgiving hearts, we'll be able to forgive one another, no matter how painful it is, God helping us. So we'll move past it. Coping with hurt in marriage. That is what we're talking about. It's hard to talk about. That's why we're daring ourselves to talk about it here on Insight. So thank you to everyone who has contributed so far. Debbie said they only respond to, I can't see, let's see now. The only response to some hurts is everyone go their separate ways. My opinion. Well, okay, that's your opinion. It is well. I'm still trying to see if I can find a box for you so that you can come up, Elder Debbie. So I'm coming to my Egbon, my big bros, Mr. Christopher. I'm going to come to you. I'm sure you've heard one or two submissions, what I've said as well. And we're trying to help one another because these things happen in marriages. Should that be the end of the marriage altogether? Or do we find support, help to, heal, forgive, and move past that hurt so that we can still enjoy our marriage relationship? So, Big Bros, I'm coming to you. Good evening. I hope you are good. Please, we need words of wisdom from you. Good evening, sir. You have to unmute, sir, so that we can hear you. Oh.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Sister Fumi.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for
Sorry.
joining us today.
Welcome, ma.
Mhm.
I think, yeah, we can forgive, and it might take a while to forget. But I
Mm,
think it depends on the individual. Some people can easily forget, while some people it might take them time. But as long as it's not something the person that watch the other person keep doing all the time, if it maybe like a one-off, or maybe it's not something you are doing, you are just doing it all the time. You might not necessarily forgive or forget that one. But it's something maybe I just did it once, or
okay.
and I actually repented and feel so sorry about it, and I know I actually, as I said, repent and feel sober and accept that what I've done is wrong.
Mm,
And yes, I think we can easily forgive. And it might take a while, it's time for the other person I feel uh, ought to, it might take him or her time to forgive, to forget about it. So you that caused the
it
incident,
hurts.
the sort of the, you might have to sort of like work more on it to make to reassure the person that it's
Mm,
just a one-off. It's not going to happen again. So by time goes on, before you realize it, the couple will be back to normal. But so it might take a while, it might take time. It's not something I did it to expect him to expect the person to forget and forgive and forget. No, it's just it's a matter of time. So you have to it's a process. You have to work on it gradually. Before you realize it, everything will just come back to normal. I think that's just the way I think I says it. As
thank
long as you are not going to do it again, or maybe it's not something I keep doing all the time, asking, yeah, forgive me. Because you know we are not God. We can't be going to the second part. Oh, forgive me, I've done it again. Forgive me. If there is a problem, maybe yeah, we can seek for
help.
the help. Yeah, if that is a problem that you are struggling to cope, yeah, the partner can support you. Seek a professional help,
Mm,
and work. You both can work together to succumb that problem. But if not, so we can easily forgive each other, and at times we heal the wound. It's like wound. It
mm,
take time to heal.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's the way I see it.
So, Uncle, before you go, is forgiveness possible without an apology?
No, you need to apologize. That shows that you are sober. You have to say you are sorry.
But some people just say for saying sake so that, they will get their spouse off them.
No, that's not no. If you are, your action shows that you are genuinely sorry.
Mm,
Yeah, not just for no, you can say sorry verbally by mouth. But if you are really sorry, genuinely, people, your action will dictate it. The other party will know.
Uncle, let me give you an example. I've offended you now, and I come and say, I'm so sorry. I honestly, I'm so sorry. And I come and say, sorry now. Sorry now.
It still no, it depends on no, it depends on the relationship now.
Mm.
It depends on the relationship. Some friends, you have some good friends. If you
But
say,
we're talking about husband and wife here, oh,
no,
sir.
some people are very casual and very jovial. So they might depends on you know your partner. There's some
Mm.
people, yeah, you should know your partner that you like. Some people might never even say sorry. The action alone will tell you that they are sorry.
Okay.
There's some people maybe they might just go and buy some stuff, buy they might not want to say it out. Maybe
Okay.
buy chocolate, buy things you like.
At least
Say
their
sorry.
action is showing
Action,
that
yeah.
they're
They're
sorry.
sorry, yeah, they are sorry, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Amazing. The things we learn on this platform. Amazing. So I'm going to come to Elder Adegbenga because you're next. Then I'll come to Minister Sarah. Debbie, I've been bringing you up. I don't know what's happening. Maybe you're still thinking about it. So Elder Adegbenga, welcome. Good evening to you. I hope you're good. We want to hear from your word of wisdom. What do you think?
Hey, wisdom. Oh.
I hope you're good. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm good. And good evening, everybody.
Um,
Thank you. It's so nice to hear from each and every one of you. Pardon me, Thursdays usually clash with my Bible study. So
Oh, okay.
if you notice, I was on earlier before I left.
Maybe to cross a bit. It's okay.
Yeah.
Well, you are
So you see,
always glad to have you here.
coping with art in marriage. It's a pity I did not listen to the talk, but let me address the topic.
Okay, you can address the topic, or if you want me to ask you the questions we have for today.
After I address the
Okay.
topic,
All right.
if the question has not been answered, it can then come up.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, before I went into marriage, I will use myself as a case study.
Okay. Thank you.
Before I went into marriage, I've had the privilege to be settling fights with man and woman in marriage. I had to cancel a few, but that was outside. I have not witnessed the procedure myself. And what I gathered before going into it, what that helped me to gather
Yeah.
was the ability to learn to forgive long ahead
Wow.
before any wrongdoing. You know, by the time there is any wrongdoing, I do not see it. I've learned to overlook. You know,
As in when you eventually got into the marriage yourself.
yes.
Okay.
If we look at the mission of our Lord Jesus Christ, is a ministry of reconciliation.
Yeah.
And if there won't be arguments, if there won't be quarrels, if there won't be fights, there wouldn't be need for reconciliation. Now, what I learned in church, I also applied in my home.
Yeah.
Our lovely sister Susan, who spoke last, she spoke from our presentation as a trait of like my wife.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like I won't say general, because I've also been privileged to meet women who will put everything down just for the peace of their home. Because you see, that peace in your home matters a lot. Your home is your resting place. Oh.
Yeah, should be your haven.
The time I wanted to test my wife's level of anger, then I started. So, in our community back home in Nigeria, I was the secretary of the CDA. So I now started doing patrol with the security to keep late outside, so that by the time I would come in, she would be asleep. Hey, when I would hear my score, hey, you started going out late. Hey,
Wow.
eh? Oh man, now there is nothing you can just do than
But
to.
did you not have the talk with her that you'll be engaging in such and it will warrant you coming home late or whatever?
She knows.
Okay.
Even here in the UK, I'm still so much involved with the security of the estate back home.
Okay.
because she is somebody who leaves the house very early. And all of those things did not occur to her then.
Okay.
You know, the people in the community started echoing the good works I was doing. And she was like, recently, I shared it recently that my wife that used to condemn, that does not appreciate whatever I do, is now saying I'm a good person. One just need to be good. Marriage is a work.
It requires.
It, it is a serious work. And it requires both parties to collaborate together. I don't feel hurt if there are situation, or let me use the word situation. I just believe you are talking from your point of wisdom and understanding.
Okay.
That is my own perspective. And it has really helped me a lot. And I don't pick any wrongdoing. If you are quarreling with me, worst case scenario, I might just allow you some time to cool off. And after a while, won't we eat? Yeah. You need to settle one quarrel before you can fight another.
Not on an empty stomach, though.
Yeah, you need the energy. So, I'm not saying I'm 100% perfect, but we need to learn to have a common ground where we can have a real heart-to-heart conversation. I have seen a couple where if the husband or the wife wrong themselves, they have their post office within their house, that the wife would paste a note, husband to paste, it's still a form of communication.
Okay. At least they're communicating somehow.
Yeah, so because there is no how you can even resolve without communicating. So that's something. And for women, my prayer is they should learn to quicken their body to accept apologies and crown their man.
Hey, ask God.
Yeah. Many are the afflictions of men.
And women too.
Yeah.
Some people don't know how to communicate effectively. Well,
Yeah, honestly, that is true.
yeah.
So, what you did is wrong. What you did, you shouldn't have done it that way. You could have do it this way, and let it just be there. Forget about every other thing. Let it be there. When I went home last year to bury my dad, I don't know if I've shared it. I contracted a caterer who catered for the event and had 22 or 23 servers. My wife chased all of them away. Imagine all of my guests who traveled, who came. I was only offering them water.
Oh, wow.
I went to meet her, asked her to leave that serving point. Let these people do their job. She said no. She's not leaving. At that point, I knew this. And when we have been praying and the signs were like there's going to be trouble, you don't know where.
Yeah, true.
And the moment I went to address her, that will you leave this place? Let these people do their work. And she turned a deaf ear. What else can I do? I just walked away.
Wow.
There is no disrespect as much as that. That your husband called you. Do you know what she was doing? She did not instruct them to serve and carry food after her. She turned herself to the person dishing.
Wow.
And she now picked, only God knows where she got those people from, to be serving around. So in totality, I rejected the food. If that is what you want to eat, go and eat it. Go and have it. What you have taught me is how to deal with you when we have a public event.
Wow.
If you want a caterer, give me the number of guests. They will make your food and they hand over to you. If you cannot, I was not told you were commandeering the servers to follow you to the hall, to serve everybody. Or rather, you turned yourself to this, and I raised this with you at that point, and you could share no reason.
Did you see what Debbie said? It has been allowed from the beginning of the relationship. There's never consequences.
What should be the consequences?
Maybe Elder Adebenga, you've allowed her get away with some things. I don't know. Earlier on in your relationship, when it started, into the marriage, and of course, things like that, if not checked, it escalates. They just do more and more, trying to test your boundaries, trying to see, because you've allowed small up onto that phase. And it's like, what has changed? Why do you want me to not do
No, well, from your point of view, that is not the situation.
Okay.
The mother had poisoned her mind.
Okay, it has to be with external pressure. Influences. Okay.
So everything played out. They hijacked our family hijacked the food for themselves, and the food provision was more than enough for the whole event.
I think Susan said it. Some people just like trouble.
Exactly.
Some people just like trouble.
So she never felt remorse. She never felt bad. When I was now pointing it out to her, and the mother was hammering on another thing. When they cause confusion in your home, they want to now do this thing. I just left. At the point you are quiet, it doesn't mean you don't know what step to take next. I just told you what I would do next. Now, the woman I have a friend who happens to be a chef. They were the one who came with a crew to cook. Now, I had a caterer who happens to be the wife of the area pastor of my church.
Okay.
Who will naturally not accept food cooked by anybody else to serve. Now, they were the one who handled the serving of the food. And I did not, or no instruction was my wife meant to be the one dishing the food.
Wow.
And she raised a lot of lies. And as Christians, we are what? Peace lover. So the best way is not at that moment everything is boiling.
Yeah.
So there were other means to tackle it. We Yorubas, we love ceremony. Many of my friends who came, who were like, oh, where is your wife? Let us appreciate her. She missed that dancing part.
No. Yeah.
Because she held on to the spoon and cooler.
Oh.
So when I now called on one of my goddaughter to come and help me collect money while I was dancing, the mother said, I have a girlfriend. So, the same lady that refused to leave the serving point was now running down.
Really? want to laugh, but it just sounds like you're explaining or narrating a Nollywood movie to us.
This one is not Hollywood. She's now rushing down that. Where's the lady? Where's the lady? Because she knows I won't touch that money. It's just for the ceremony. I might just take it and give whoever that pleases me.
So somebody is asking or saying that that's supposed to have been dealt with before getting married. Who wrote that? Debbie. So maybe they felt you dated this person, their mother was in the picture. How was that before it ended up becoming a marriage? Did
All
you
right.
not see that interference from the mother and all of that?
There was nothing of such from the very onset.
Maybe you were in love,
No. You know, that didn't play out. It could be possible the mother was having an undertone with her, but it was not showing. I'm not a loving. I won't place my wife over God. If not for God, the home would not be where it is today.
Yeah.
First thing is, we should know that love will not sustain marriage.
Love alone will not.
Love alone, sorry, yeah, thanks for that, will not keep the home. But when I found purpose in Christ and how to relate with human, I try to balance it.
Okay.
You understand? My wife is somebody that is very antagonist. If you make a mistake, Shoto,
I told you so.
you know that kind of a thing. I said this, hey, you are not a man of God. I knew it.
Sheffield, sorry, Elder. Sheffield said, will sex keep the home? No, it will not. Alone will not.
It will not, oh my brother. Because if you go beyond the will of God, God is the center of the home.
Yeah.
Honestly, I never expect my wife to come back to say I'm a good man.
People can change. That's what I can take from that.
That is it.
Over time. So that's what we're talking about, is coping with hurt. You have coped with a lot of hurt that she's dished out, so how do we cope with that so that we can still enjoy this marriage? And I think quite a number of us have said a lot of things to do with patience, because when they hurt you, if you don't have patience, everybody will scatter everything for
Exactly.
day one. Yeah.
So because I won't fight though, but I will interrogate, I will investigate. And by the time I start bringing out your faults and the points, you will see that you are really at fault too. When I told her, was it because you gave me 100,000 to support the burial? You came to hijack the food of how much million?
Elder, you two, you're looking for trouble.
Exactly.
Why?
No. It is not a conversation. If you don't treat that issue, it would reoccur, it will regrow, it will happen again.
Well, I guess.
And to stop that, I had to confront her that way.
Okay.
I did not report to the family. The father called me. You said this, you said that, you said that means she took the word to them.
Whoa.
You understand? Now, and the other said she wanted to collect her own caterer, and she wanted to do this, she wanted to do that. And I was like, okay, that her caterer is what she will be dealing with. Now, if that is what will give me peace in my home, I should just work with it, honestly. So, how many number is your family members coming? This number, okay, this is their provision. Go and sort them. I don't want you near my serving point. And she knows me for that. That's discipline. But the moment that it's a general serving, I cannot stop anybody. Because when you are trying to stop the other person, you don't know whom she wants to serve. The way they will help you interpret that food. The food your father-in-law wants to eat. You say that you should not give your father-in-law food at the event. Even you will now carry a whole cow to go and appeal.
Appease the gods.
You
Wow.
know? So we need to have a lot of tolerance. We need to have an enlarged heart.
Okay.
You know? It is all just to accommodate it. Yeah, there is no how a man would walk without the head shaking. So yeah, we need to stomach a lot. And it is inside marriage you learn the challenges to overcome, not outside of marriage. But yes, it takes two
The tango.
to tango. And when you now draw your strength from God, honestly, believe me, the sky is a stepping stone and you will go far.
Amen.
God be with us. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. So many engagements flooding that chat room there. But thank you so much, Elder Benga. I love it when we make it real. It's just to let you know, like everybody is in different parts of the world in their different marriage. A lot happening there. Leslie, I hear
Yeah, I
your
just wanted
smile.
to, I wanted to buttress something because but I think I said something, and I just felt I needed to buttress it because what he said is very true about the mother-in-law being an influence. A lot of time when the in-laws are influenced, they don't normally start at the beginning of the marriage. I have two friends now who, unfortunately, they're divorced, and the mother-in-laws were pretty much the reason why their wives had such bad influences. And it doesn't start. They normally it's like an undertone, which I love what they said. It's an undertone. It doesn't come at the beginning. They pretty much have probably made up their mind. And I remember one situation where one of my friends who, and when the divorce was coming through, he was asking the wife, why didn't you end it then when we were going through XYZ? And she said that the mother told her, let him first of all buy the house. Once he buys the house, set things up, start breaking up the marriage. That's what she told him. So people need to be careful that it's not always, they don't always come at the beginning. A lot of them, their influence is really strong. Once they secure that marriage, this can start playing out. I just felt I need to share that.
So God help us. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you. I mean, we don't know the totality of this person we are getting married to, but that's why you have a lot of work to do before you walk that altar. You know, even the ones that God opened their eyes to say, this is okay, you can, this person you have chosen is the bone of your bone, flesh of your flesh. You don't know what would happen along the way in the journey of that marriage. Things might happen, just like we're talking about these external influences. I think some time ago we talked about in-laws, outlaws, or whatever. If you allow them an inch, they will go extra mile. We know that. But at the same time, you know, a lot of things we may feel, let's just accommodate, let's leave them, da da da. And you're supposed to have dealt with it from the onset, because these things are like tiny drops of water, and you leave them and they become mighty ocean, and then it becomes something that is drowning you in that marriage. You know, a man and a woman should be able to stand their grounds. The level of influence all those external influences bring in should be boundaried by you, so to say, if I can say it that way, because otherwise they would come in full force. And like you say, even the daughter might just be innocent, but the in-laws now, or their parents now, are like, you must do this, you must do that, and they too feel their parents have their back. Or they, you know, some of them, they will not tell them, once you leave my house, there's no room here for you. They say, don't worry, your room is still intact, nobody is there. They will now send their child to go and commit atrocity in their marriage, and then tell them they can come back. And these silly women or men will go there and now destroy the thing they're trying to build. So we really need to be careful, because hurt would come if you let these external forces expand it for you, it might actually break up your home. So you have to be careful. So thank you, Adadegbenga, for sharing that. I don't know if you can attempt other questions that has gone on by typing and returning the response. I don't know, but okay. So I'm going to come to Minister Sarah. Good evening. Oh, it's been a while. I hope you're good. Nice to see you again on Inside today. We've talked a lot. I'm sure you've heard one or two here. I don't know what your take is or your perspective is, but please feel free to unmute and share with us this evening. Minister Sarah. Every year, new characters unfold. I know. It's like living with 100 people and they're unfolding one at a time. So you best get on board and learn their traits, character, and shun what you're not going to accept, even though we want peace to reign, but does not mean we should accommodate some bad habits. No. They say old habits die hard, so it's hard work. Minister Sarah, are you able to speak, or I go to Debbie? Because I'm mindful of the time as well. Minister Sarah, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry about that. I was busy doing something.
Oh, it's okay. Good evening to you.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, wherever you may be.
Oh, wow.
What I wanted to add to it was some of these verses that I got. Ephesians 4:32 says that you should not keep bitterness and anger and rage. So with that, you should lay aside those bitterness and rage. And that's for both party, the one that is offending and the one that was offended. Because like some of the panelists said, the one who's offended is looking for that other partner to recognize what they did. And then the one that is saying sorry or not saying sorry has to know that that issue is something that peeves the other person or makes the other person hurt. So I think understanding that in marriages is also helpful in getting together to resolving conflicts. Proverbs chapter 15:1 also says, a soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger.
It was one of the verses that I used. Yeah, Proverbs 15:1. Yeah.
Yeah. So for many years in my marriage, when I was married to my husband, I used this. And I think one of the panelists is using it when he said when his wife gets in a heated argument and stuff, he tend to like listen to whatever she has to say and then move off the scene, whether that is taking a break, a ride around the block, going by his mom's house just for a couple minutes, because when we are in heated argument, like another panelist said, we tend to say things to hurt the other person because they say hurt people hurt other people. Yeah, you're trying to get your revenge back, and you might say things, and like he said, especially for us as women, when men tend to do that, we hold that in to say, and then I think some men too do keep that as well, because you would find that after everything has been resolved, you say, oh baby, I didn't mean that, and I'm so sorry if that hurt you, I would never do it again. But then 2-3 days later, they do the same thing or say the same hurtful words. And these are some of the things what are called in divorce court is like they can't resolve them. The what they call it, unconsolable differences or whatever.
Irreconcilable differences.
Yes, irreconcilable differences, because you're constantly telling the person what hurts. I don't like when you cheat. I don't like when you talk to this other person that you are involved with, or I don't like how you disrespect me when your family is around, but when they are not around, you play like you didn't do it, or it's a lot of little things, and we look at it as okay, that's minor. And like I said, for me, I did that in my marriage where, I would always try to be the peacemaker. But I found that sometimes being the peacemaker, no matter how peaceful you try to be with somebody, if they want to be a tyrant, they are going to be a tyrant. And like you said, most of the times they know what hurts you, and they say it just like you said with that, okay then, sorry. But you could tell by the words coming out of the mouth and the action that goes behind it, that it's just mere words. They're not trying to change the situation, and I think that it doesn't work, and causes even more hurt in the relationship, because like you said, if the unforgiveness or the change doesn't come with the forgiveness, that that can stir up a lot of strife and grief in a relationship. I think another panelist spoke about how some marriages, persons are living together but they're not living together, and we had a talk show on this. You wouldn't even believe it. Just
Is a topic by
we
itself. Yeah.
Yes, on a radio talk show, I heard them talking about that while I was on my way headed to drop my daughter to school, and the lady was saying basically the same thing. This hurt in marriage is so serious that there are a lot of marriages where people come out of their homes, or they are still together. You see them going into the house and coming out and stuff, but you're not knowing what actually is happening inside the home. They are in different bedrooms. They hardly speak to each other. If they bump into each other in the hallway, wherever it may be, there's, bad words. And like Elder Debbie said, and I feel like that too. When my husband left and the contention was there, I tried to be the person to say, okay, I'll move on from here. But I'm glad that the Lord allowed him to stay out there, because I never would have wanted to be in a relationship where me and my husband are not sharing the same bed. I don't know if you remember the scripture that says, "Don't let the sun go down on your wrath." That's another one that I value as a part of relationship when it comes to marriage, because if you always want to go to bed with a clear conscience and a clear mind, you wouldn't sleep in the front room or let the other person sleep somewhere other than where the matrimonial bed is, right? Yeah, not even saying intimacy, but just sharing that, because on the talk show, you know what they said? The host was saying, to when you offend your sister, your brother, do you just walk out of their life? No, you stay there. So why is it so different when it comes to marriage, that we think that, okay, divorce solves all everything? But in some cases, it's unavoidable, because if it's going to unalive you mentally, or if it's going to unalive you physically, it doesn't make any sense to stay. I'll leave after quoting these other two scriptures. Ecclesiastes 4:10, it says, "For if if one fall, then the other one is there to help lift the other one up." And so that is sharing one another's burden. I think for me, if I was to get married again, if I can't come to my ex-husband, if I can't come to my new husband to lay my burdens on, and we find ways to resolve it, then I don't think that I need that partner. Because if I'm alone and I have to carry these burdens on my own, I have to try to figure out how I'm going to pay all my bills. I'm going to have to figure out on my own how to do everything. I think another panelist, a lady, she spoke about her marriage and how, she was working towards building the family. When he didn't have it, she was there to put it in. But the other person isn't even trying to make the contribution to say, okay, my little bread and butter along with your bread and butter will make a big bowl of porridge or something. They're just selfishly looking at themselves. And in marriage, it's not selfish. It's two becoming one. That means if something offends the wife, it should offend the husband, or the two of them should find a way to resolve that. If something is bothering the husband, the wife needs to come in there and try to see how she can now help that situation to change and to make it the better. But if you're with somebody, and like this scripture in Ecclesiastes says, you can't lift the other person up, then why is there a marriage? And the last one is Romans 12:16, which says, live in harmony with one another. Do not um, be proud or provoke the other person, but be willing to associate with the lowly and do not be conceited. So that means that, you're not going to be self seeking. If we follow what God says, He said, "For I so loved the world, for God so loved the world that He gave to His only begotten Son." That means that you must give up. I think I was on another live last week and I was saying the same verse when I told them, I said, how many of us would take a bullet for the person that we are in love with, or we say that we are in love with? That is how deep God wants us to love one another, because He said we should love our neighbors as we love ourselves. We should also be able to love them holy, just as Christ loves the church, and especially to men. Like I told them, He told the women to respect the man, and that respect comes with your leadership ability, the ability to make that woman. You are the provider. You are the king of the jungle. So at the end of the day, that woman in that home should feel like, hey, this is my place that I run to when I need everything, a mental break. I need somebody to understand me. I need somebody to lay my head on. I need somebody to talk to. I need some space where I can just forget about everything what is happening around me and just relax, because hey, you got me,
Safe
you
haven.
know.
Yeah.
But and the husband should also come home and feel that way too. I think another person, if not on this live, was saying how when he goes out, yeah. So when he goes out to work, what he normally do, he said if he is bombarded with so many things at work, what he would do is drive around a certain amount of time, call his wife, and he would just be talking to her on his way home to try to see if he can get to a place where and find out where her mood is. And then he said sometimes it works where she is in a calm mood and she can pacify him and he can begin to tell her what happened in that day. And when he comes home, he feel welcomed, even to deal with the children and everything. He said, and so that's what he advised the African men to do, to kind of like take a mental break sometimes. And when you reach your door, he said what he normally do is count to three before he even open up the gate, and that gives him a time to unwind everything that happened today and tell himself, you're not taking your work into the home. Your children need you, your wife needs you, and they were not the problem that you had at work. You take that there tomorrow. And he said he found that in his 18 or 19 years of marriage that worked very.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. I don't know if you're still speaking. 'Cause I can't.
He don't want to burden her with everything that happened to work. So that's my contribution right there. I think that, like you said, the topic says coping with hurt in marriage is us having that sense of not only asking for forgiveness and giving the forgiveness, but also making the change that the offense do not be something that is like you
Oh, I'm sure that's a call. So when the call comes and it just cuts you off. Yeah. Let's give her a second. Minister. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. My internet probably is acting out, but like I said, I'll drop after this because I probably having problems with it. Um yeah, it's just trying to find a way to um ease the pain on one another and looking out more for the other person than you are selfishly looking out for your benefit. Because like you said, if the person feel as though I have told you what hurt me over and over and over with women, the thing is when we get silent, that means that we are not talking about it anymore. We have come to a place where we have already made up in our mind what we are going to do after this. With the men, they go out there and they cheat and they try to solve it with trying to find another person who can pacify whatever is not being pacified in the home. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank Minister Sarah, it goes a long way. That's why I hope people out there who are still contemplating about going into marriage, you're hearing all of these things. If you're not mentally ready, physically ready, emotionally ready for that man, for that woman, please put a break on it, because it's not something you just want to dabble into. Like I said, if you dabble into it, you dabble out of it. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to build in a home. Hurt definitely would come, no matter how much you're in love, as they say, butterflies in your belly and all of that. Hurt will come, whether from the man to the woman or the woman to the man. Well, how do we then move past it so that we can still enjoy that marriage relationship? That is God's intention. And I don't think what God can't do, He would ask us to do it. And He's even giving us the Holy Spirit to help us do certain things that is beyond, this body, beyond this body, so to say. If you don't know how to forgive, ask God. At least you pray to God to forgive you your sins. Ask God to help you, forgive this spouse, even though you're hurting. Like I said, sometimes the hurt is grievous. Some spouses have hurt their spouses so grievously that they might have ended up in hospitals, they have passed out because of the shock and all of that. But doesn't mean they don't love each other. Let's not lump things up. The love is there, no doubt, but things happen. How do we move past it? So thank you all for your contribution. I'm coming to Debbie Gazim, Elder Debbie. At least you've heard maybe about 3-4 people they've spoken. I don't know what perspective, because I see you've been engaging in the chat there. Let's hear you now. Now you have the floor. Let's hear what say you. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, my lady.
Good evening, my dear.
Sorry, my network might be breaking in between because it is well with all of us.
Amen.
Okay, so I beg, what's the question so that I will not waste our time?
So we have 2 questions after the talk today, which is, how can couples maintain that emotional safety even after a painful experience? And then the second one is, you can start with anyone, is forgiveness possible without an apology?
Uh-huh.
Mm.
So you see, after a painful experience, can I ask a question before I start?
Please.
What is the level of the painful experience?
It could be any, it could be small, could be big, could be medium, could be average, could be the one that have landed somebody in hospital. It could
Uh-huh.
be, so, generally speaking, because hurt
But,
is hurt, the level of it now even takes it to another level. So, as ideas are rolling, please share with us.
um, I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody, but I will say, when it comes to marriage,
Mm-hmm.
I have realized one thing, as everybody is talking, I thank God for one thing that I didn't marry before now, because it's one thing that would have happened.
Mm.
It's either I poison somebody or they poison me. One of us would have fight each other, because while I'm trying to understand that you are hurting me every day, you are doing what I don't like every day. I don't know. But I'll say, I think a lot of marriages start on a cracked foundation.
Mm.
A lot of people that got married as a damaged person,
Mm.
as I don't know how to say it that it won't be.
No, we
And
got you. They have their baggages from wherever they grew up.
a lot of people,
Mm.
and they carried it into marriage.
Yeah.
There is a level of discipline you have that somebody will hurt. That's why I said, what's the level of the hurt before I start? There are some kind of hurts that the only solution to it that everybody go their separate way.
So you can give us an example?
Okay, that's why I said depends on your level of discipline and principle.
Okay.
I'll use myself as an example.
Mm.
As I am now, God has helped me to be able to take care of me and everything. And then We fell in love. Love was fine and everything. And we were having argument. We were having misunderstanding one day. The next thing you did was you slapped me. That's the first and the last time it will happen.
Okay.
That is the first and the last time it will happen. Why? Because even if the person apologize, that is in them. Out of the abundance of hearts,
The mouth
the
speaks.
mouth speaketh. The body reacts. It's what is in that person that they did. I am just a victim. But before it now gets to a stage where they will say, shall we gather by the river, the beautiful river? Before it gets to that stage, I won't let it get to that stage. Number two, because that see, what is it called? You insult me, I insult you, this and that. We can still manage, like we can find a way to, though that gets to a stage where it begin. See, before you know it, while you think you are forgiving your partner, you are having resentment. You just will not accept it that you have resentment towards your partner. You resent your partner, you just will not accept it. And see, the only reason I always talk when you invite me on this marriage talk is because I realize that while all this thing is going on, why people refuse to go their separate ways, why people refuse to manage the issue when it first starts, before it escalates, we are building the next generation of damaged people. You and your wife or you and your husband might be fine with the shenanigans you are performing between each other. But the innocent children you are bringing into the marriage, they are seeing it. You just don't know.
Yeah.
They are seeing it, and either you accept it or not, you have damaged those children. Then you will now take another, what is it called? Work. A lot of work. That's even if they realize it quickly that they are damaged. If they don't carry it again into another marriage. So when it comes to this odds, if it's getting to a stage where your mental health is being affected, your physical health is being affected, your mind and your soul is being affected, what are you doing together? Is cheating. Are you telling me cheating is a mistake? So you forgive the first, sir. Sometimes therapy and what is it called does not even solve this problem, because see, what is in somebody is in them. As long as the person did not heal before you marry them, as long as their mindset is not awesome before you marry them, forget about it. You have entered.
Not all the time, Debbie.
My sister,
Take it from me. Take it from me. Not all the time. That's why we have to be careful, because it looks like a lost cause. We all know that there's nothing that is 100% as such. So, but I can tell you from experience that not all the time. We've seen some people who have brutalized them in courtship, and they had counseling, and that was the end of it, because they should have gotten the help way much earlier, but they didn't. But they say better late than never, but not in all cases.
You are saying not all the time because the person is still alive.
Not in all cases. I'm saying that because
I get what you are saying. I get what you are saying, that it's not all the time. It's just that the damage the beating have caused into their body, the sickness it has caused into their body, what is the solution to it?
Well, it depends, like the enormity of it.
I get what you are saying, that it's not all the time. Sometimes they change, but the damage has been caused already. At the end of the day, when the damage starts, see, okay, let me use this.
I'm not condoning abuse, though, because I've said that over and over in my talk. Because there's a
I understand you. I understand you. See, there's this my hands here that married. In fact, if they tell you if she say her husband is beating her and her husband is not providing, You won't believe it. Outside, he's a good man of God, tongue speaking, respectful, humble, quiet, but
Outside.
yeah, yeah, they went to therapy. She did everything she could do. But then, as time goes on, immediately she entered menopause, she started falling sick. She started falling sick, falling sick, falling sick. What is wrong? What is wrong? They realized that there's a lot of blows that's happened on her body,
Damage.
that her body is now fighting. Unfortunately, she didn't make it. On the day of the children's wedding, the father sat there. In fact, on her burial day, the man was there. He was the first person to sing. That's why I said, once is getting to that stage,
No.
cheating is not a mistake.
No, that is the what is this safeguarding bit that
That's why I said it depends on the level of odds. I am talking on the high level of odds that is the damage those things cause. It's better we go our separate way if at the end of the day he has gotten to start that level where we are beginning to hurt each other. It's better we go our separate way for peace to reign.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you will think, oh, for peace, let me forgive. For peace, let me forgive. You will resent your spouse. You might even resent their family.
Or
And
your
I'm sorry,
children because of
you will,
him.
yes. So why would you even do that to yourself? Why would you do that to yourself? That's why when I was saying, I said, if there is consequence, if let's say when they start doing that thing, you have put your feet on the ground, they know that they can't try it with you. It won't get to this stage. But because when they start it, you just get upset little, they apologize to you, you said okay, because you are a Christian, you are a child of God, you let it go. They have to add another level to it. That's how human being are. That's how we are as human being. That means it's allowed.
You go a mile.
And before you know it, you just realize that
The
this
truth is
person,
this, so that scenario never happened before.
it doesn't have to be that exact scenario.
Okay.
The attitude that they
It doesn't,
put up.
before you get to that kind of scenario, little has been happening.
Sister Debbie, you see, I'm from a school that preaches love.
Sir, I'm not talking about your marriage. I just use it as an example.
Yeah. I also need to also make you understand that I'm from a school that teaches love
And peace.
and peace. You see, we know there are differences. We are from different backgrounds. And when you want to correct someone, try to correct in love. That is how I was raised. You see, she might be that level. And let me tell you, what I did paid off at the end of the day. My wife was packing out of the house without me doing any wrongdoing. Now, today, the same woman is saying, I'm indeed a good man. She has seen some things. Like, were you the one that just said, many people have their baggages from somewhere and they end up in a marriage or sort of, if she leaves, we cannot agree, we cannot work things out. She's not matured for marriage. The solution is not the solution.
Yeah.
It is the ability for us to reconcile. Let bygone be, come together again. Okay, I'm sorry. And you make things up. I've seen many beautiful marriages that at the point of even apology, the wife will go and cook delicacy go back to bring for the husband. My king, I'm sorry. Like I said, a Christian marriage Mm-hmm. Now, a Christian marriage, that is what I'm trying to practice in my home.
I understand you, sir. That's why
Mm-hmm.
I'm only saying to avoid the damage that will be caused or that has been caused. The time where we are trying to sort this thing out, it's better we set it from the beginning.
Okay. You see, where you are setting boundaries and rules, there are no love. Will you now tell me that when you want to go to bed, you will now bring a ruler and shock to divide the
Sir,
bed into two?
that's not what I mean. No. When
You
okay,
need to tolerate one another's.
let me
Uh,
ask you something from the Bible. Let me
o-
ask you something from the Bible.
Peace and quarrels.
When Adam and Eve ate the
garden.
forbidden fruit in the
Okay.
garden, what did God do to them?
He reached out to them.
After that, what happened?
Okay. A lot of things happen. Which one are you referring to?
After that,
As in,
were
it
they
chased them out of Eden.
God will bless you, my lady. Can we say God loves them or God does not love them?
Of course, he does.
That is what I am saying. True love, true love will actually correct mistakes. I'm sorry to say, that's my opinion, but that is according to the scripture.
Hello, good evening, Mark.
That is
I,
actually according
Sister,
to the
Sister
scripture.
Debbie,
No, sir, that's why I said, let's not talk about your marriage.
like I
It's your
said,
marriage.
there is no how we won't still talk. That's the point of this our meeting.
No, 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 no. The point of our discussion is halting in marriage. Let's not talk about your marriage.
Now,
See,
So
because I'm not
I want
married,
to
I
say
don't know
something to
about
this
you.
effect. Though.
okay.
I just
Okay, okay.
I just say,
Stephanie,
Other
pick that
Debbie,
up.
I think, Other Debbie, I think I get what's happening. And I think until you are in a marriage, it's very difficult because the dynamics are not as simple as there are certain places you can put boundary, but I can tell you, you can't put boundary in everything and in every area, or else you're just going to live in separate rooms. It's
Sir,
not going to be.
that is why
Let,
I
let me let
What
me
said
I
let me
that.
was
land. Let
trying
me
to
land.
point out that will you now set the boundary on the bed?
Let,
No,
let me
that's
land.
why I said, what is the
It,
level of the
the
odds? I'm talking about
yes,
odds that
But
causes damage.
Elder Debbie, let me paint a scenario. That's why there is no one case as in all.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say
So the
because
thing now, look, let me tell you a case of a man meets a woman. Everybody coming with their values, their principle, and all of that. They sit together. Okay, I like your values, but my value. Anyways, everything gelled. They prayed. They got confirmation. They should get married and all of that. Okay, they set the day, get married. Would they go in there if they had seen the future that this person will one day bring something to want to shook them? They didn't see that, but they still went into the marriage. Would that event come in the future? It did come. But you can't tell because a lot has happened in that marriage. They
So
got on good
when that
ground.
event
Everything
now
is
come,
okay. You
when that
say?
event now come, when that event now come, what is the solution? We continue to live in it, Abby.
No, no, no. That's what I'm saying. That in my talk, I said we don't condone domestic violence, domestic abuse. I hate divorce. You know me the way I talk
God
about
bless
it.
you.
But when it comes to me to say this person is hitting, raising, using objects, no.
That
You
is
have to
why I
drag it
said
out of there. But if this person that is violent seeks help and they're genuine and they're changing or they change, there is no reason why that marriage cannot carry on. But to get there to carry on again, a lot of hard work has to be done because
by
that
the
person
hard
is
work,
taking out, they don't trust like they did before that thing or whatever. So it will take time to rebuild the trust back in them. Even if the therapist says, oh, this is a chain person, you think the wife or the husband will say, okay, come home straight like that? They will still be afraid. That's why I said they need professional help to sit down. And even that, it will be a test run. Okay, for 3 months, we're going to put you back together. Let's see how life pans out. And in that 3 months, they're going to be seeking counsel, seeking help. Do you understand? So this thing is all cut and paste. But the bottom line is, as long as this person is not trying to take your life or you take their life or whatever, let us sit down. How can we do better by this hurt? You have
You just go back to where I start my talk from.
okay.
I said,
Mm,
if the level of the hurt
mm,
is at a stage where your life is threatened, e.g.,
mm.
bad goes, e.g., cheating, because once
Saying the same
there
thing.
is once there is cheating, one person is not safe.
I can tell you of a couple. In fact, I heard that my jaws open. This person, the husband went outside and came back with HIV and infected the wife. Did she leave him? No. People were like, "Are you crazy?" But she's caught it already. By you separating now, going your ways, it took a lot. This woman stayed. They asked her, "Are you out of your mind?" The family said, "But she's caught it already." Both of them
How are the
have
children?
it. They would
How
have
are the
to go
children?
through, huh?
How are the children?
No. The children are not affected. This is
I'm not saying I'm not saying the children caught the thing. How are they mentally?
well, I don't know. They talk, they not
That
bring the children, but it was more
that
of the husband and wife. And
that is why
people were
that is what I
asking her, listen, people were asking her why she still stayed. Because she said she's caught it. This person, she's doing life with them. She has decided to forgive or whatever, and she's caught it anyways. So let them be managing it till death will come, so to say. Not every woman can do that. Not every man can do that, Debbie. Did
I
she
get
plan?
see. I think when it comes to this issue of marriage, yeah,
Mm.
based on how each individual have gone in their individual life, what we are coming where we are coming from, how
Yeah.
we are journey and things we have experienced,
Mm.
the way we react to things will be different.
Definitely.
I'm talking based on my opinion and what I will do, regardless that even as at that I'm not married now.
Mm.
God forbid anything like that happen. I see for people that for the grace that God have helped me to be able to experience or meet people that have gone through it.
Mm.
That means God has been able to help me to see the end result of an exam I've not done,
Mm.
what it can lead to, where it can lead to when things happen and things are not put in place.
Mm.
I'm not saying we set boundary where we demarcate the bread. That's not what I am saying.
Okay.
I am saying when it gets to a stage where your life is being threatened,
Mm.
see, no matter how much we say it's still one person's loss. It will still be one person's loss at the end of the day. Is the story you said now, you told us now, is the man still enjoying marriage? Yes. Is the woman enjoying her health? No.
Mm.
But it's
That
her choice to
that is a
stay.
sacrifice that not everybody is willing to give.
That's the thing. I am not Jesus Christ. I am not a Shaddai when it comes to that kind of thing. That's why I said the way we will react to things like that differs. For
Mm.
Can
me,
I?
I have stated from the beginning before we marry, infidelity is a deal breaker, which
I
means
heard somebody
once
who said the only thing that'll make me divorce you in this marriage is if you're unfaithful. And truly,
no,
the
my
man was
lady,
18
some
years,
people, that's the thing.
listen to this, 18 years into the marriage, the man did it, and honestly, she did not think twice about it. That was the end. That was
That's
it.
what I'm saying. That's the thing. She's my kind of person because that is my principle.
Mm.
See,
Even people who divorce are
that,
not happy. Of
no,
course. They
there
wish
are lots of
things would
married
have
people
turned
that
out differently. But
this does not link to happiness. So there are lots of married people that are miserable. There are lots of single people that are miserable. It's not about you are married or you are
Elder
not
Debbie,
married.
maybe you and I would have one on one. Oh.
See, I'm just saying reality of a lot of women. It's just that the problem is this marriage matter now. It has gotten to a stage where everybody will be okay. But
Last,
I
last.
believe once it's getting to a stage where your life is threatened,
Of course, we
your
know
health is
that. Of
threatened,
course. Of
sir,
course. No.
I don't see the point where we are still together when it gets to
Some
me.
people can
To
forgive infidelity, some people can't.
me.
Lots of marriages have broken up because of that, and a lot of marriages have grown more deeper because of that. So it depends on individuals, and like you said, the experience they're coming from or with, and all of that. But at the end of the day, if we see marriage in God's eye, I think a lot of marriages will stand the test of time.
Which means if we see marriage
Yeah.
in God's eye, one person will not hurt the other person.
Never, we would never.
That is it. So sometimes let's
I
face the
think
fact. Let's let
I
the one
think
that
I
is
think
hurting the other person.
Glorious wants to say something, but let Debbie
No,
round up so that you can
I'll
start.
round up now. Let's see. Let's tell the person that is hurting somebody that they are doing nonsense. Let's not put the victim in a stage where you have to forgive, you have to forgive. That is what a lot of people preaches when it comes to this marriage thing.
Yeah,
Because at the end of the day, the one that leads to
they
death,
ignore the hurt.
at the end of the day, the ones that leads to death is their loss.
Mm.
The ones that leads to handicap is their loss. The other person will still enjoy their life. Either they have HOD, HIV, HIW, they will still live their life. I have an aunt that the husband was a philanthropist when it comes to sharing all these things.
Animation.
Yeah. And mind you, they have money. This man will go to the designer shop and buy things for himself. He looks good outside, but his children, his wife cannot even spend from the money she's working for in this United of the Kingdom. At the end of the day, it's a loss because the man came home with HIW, let me not mention all of the above. It's only God that saved her soul and her life. And even her child, because she was pregnant. If not, she would have caught it. Now she had to go back to level 0. Everything she worked for.
But is that how God wants a husband to treat the wife? No.
That's what I am saying. But in a situation, Mr. Glorious, don't ask me the meaning of HIW. Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
No, please. We are learning, so I don't know. This is my first time of hearing HIW. I'm cracking my
So she
brain.
doesn't want to keep saying HIV, whatever.
Okay.
You know, when somebody did the exam and they get the results, that's the HIW. You know? You understand? At the end of it, everything she worked for, she lost everything in that marriage. All in the name of let me try again. And they beat her. Omopupa. She's a light-skinned person. They still beat her in this same marriage.
No.
Her life was almost. Now God bring her back. That's why I said it depends. See, I am talking because I am saying this with the way I'm saying it because of the what is it called, the height of what I have seen in people's marriages.
No, that was somewhat needless. Me, I always say that here. I will always say, I mean, if you're my sister, will somebody be beating you now and I say sit down there? It's not possible. Do you understand? A lot of people are ignorant, maybe because of culture, because of the shame, because of the whatever it is, and stigma. They stay there, and at the end of the day, they lose their lives.
That's
Some
why I said
cases that we're not
as
condoning.
long as we can reconcile, forgive each other, let go or something. But if it's getting to a stage where you have resentment towards your partner, it's getting to a stage where your life is threatened, it's getting to a stage where you can't even have peace in your home. It's getting to a stage where you now start to sleep in different rooms. The children are seeing it. Your children cannot beat themselves with other children. This thing is deeper than we are saying it.
That's why we're talking about it. That's why we always come and talk about it here. Because a lot of people will shy away from talking about this. People are losing their lives.
Because the more you are staying in there, the more you are staying in there, your child, your girl child, or your boy child, whichever is seeing it, will believe. They have mirrored it. They believe that is how marriage is supposed to be. So I would say, for the sake of your what is it called, of your mental health, your life, and the next generation, please, if it's getting to a stage where it's not balanced anymore, it's still your loss. Oh,
I want to chip in something. I want to ask a question to DB, please. If you will allow me.
oh, go ahead,
Um.
sir.
Okay. First of
Welcome,
all,
Glorious, by the way. Welcome.
sorry. Yeah. Thank you. First of all, I would like to say something regarding to how we get it all wrong to entering into the coping with hurt in marriage, as written there. I would say that in most cases, reason why we find ourselves in such situation is because we do not ask questions before getting married. We do not go for the needed therapy that we should before venturing into marriage. Like, and again, the kind of partner you go out for also matters a lot. You cannot be a Christian and you entangle yourself with someone from another faith. It won't work. Or you entangle yourself with someone who doesn't believe in what you believe in. It's gonna be a very big problem. Because while we were growing up, we saw some of our fathers. I'm not talking about my father, but I'm talking about people I know that having the same issue. Probably the woman is a believer as a Christian, the other one is a traditional man. He believes that the woman doesn't have any say. The wife believes that according to Christ, we are one in Christ, and so on and so forth. There are different things that leads to these things. So number one thing you need to consider is to go for a God-fearing person and someone of same faith with you. Because if we don't treat this topic in such a way that the viewers will understand this, if we are only telling them once you feel hurt, run away, it won't solve the problem. Let us know how to get it right so that we will not enter in such situation whereby we will get into a point where we will be contemplating whether to leave the marriage or to stay. Another thing I want to point, I know I have come to social media, see people bashing Two-Face Idibia over leaving Anne Idibia. If I follow the story, I got to a point where I heard that the woman nearly stabbed him to death, maybe allegedly, let me just put it that way, while sleeping at night. The
I
story
was
went
about to tell
round.
you to put allegedly because you are
Yes,
not there.
that's why I
Don't
am
let them come
informed.
and
I'm
sue us on this
informed.
platform.
So now, in such situation, we don't know what actually have been transpiring, what has been going on in the marriage. But I see so many people bashing Two-Face for leaving Anne. And going by what you are saying currently, that when you are in deep hurt, when your life is being threatened, you ought to leave the marriage. So now this man left the marriage, but yet people are coming for him. You see? And I'll now ask, is it wise and is it okay? Probably you have gone on a long journey of marriage with someone, you have suffered together, you built together, you did a lot of things together, and probably because of one thing or the other, maybe that lead to life threatening. Is it okay to leave the marriage regardless of what you people have been through, how long you guys have stayed? Because if I'm gonna allow you to answer that, but if it is right, why then are they bashing this young man? Why then are people coming after him? Because I see much hate comments on social media about him leaving, but he has said he's done, he's tired, he can't cope with this again. But people are coming after him. Why? If we are to go by what we have heard so far. Because for me, I also believe that not because your hand is paining you, you just cut it off. Sometimes you go for a treatment, you go for some kind of therapy, some kind of to see if it can heal. You don't just outrightly cut it off immediately. At least you need to try. But sometimes people do not try to make things work. They just walk away because of so many things we hear on social media. Don't whenever if the man there raises his voice on you, just know he's a red fire. Run. Like how? How did we come to this point?
Okay.
Anyway, I will need you to answer
The
that
question
question.
is posed to Debbie, so let Debbie answer, then I will
Yeah,
come.
yeah.
Okay, Mr. God,
Glorious.
Mr. Glorious
Yeah.
Godwin.
Yes.
First of all, I don't know about Two-Face and Anne's problem. I see it on social media, but I don't get involved in anything social media because I don't believe in anything social media says. It's all passage. But you said what's the question again? Like what
I
level of
say,
course? Mm,
hence you encourage that in a life-threatening situation or
mm.
in any banter that that might cause harm to the other, the person should leave the marriage. I'm saying in such situation regarding Anne and Two-Face Idibia, is it right for people to bash him? And secondly, this is two questions in one. And secondly, is it okay for someone to leave a marriage that probably they have built for long period of time? Maybe they have been together, have built both the houses, whatsoever, the children, everything, just because maybe there is an issue that seems to be unresolved. Is it okay to leave such marriage based on what you have said so far?
Okay. Back to what I said. I said if if it's gotten to a stage where your life is being threatened, I stand on that, and I'm sorry, no preacher can change my mind on that one. Because you use the example of if your hand is paining you, will you cut it off? Sir, if your hand is paining you, you just mistakenly use blade to hurt yourself. Will you treat it?
I didn't get you, sorry.
If you mistakenly use blade to hurt yourself, will you treat it?
Of course I will treat it.
What do medical term call that one, sir?
If I use word to hurt myself, what
Let's say
object
you
is
hurt yourself. Let's say you hurt yourself.
mm.
Your hand or be your leg or one,
Okay, I
God
injured
forbid.
myself, maybe on my
Yeah,
hand or leg.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
will I treat it?
And you
Yes,
go to
I'll
the
I'll first of
hospital.
all wait,
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 sir.
you asked me a question, right?
Wait, sir.
Okay,
If
okay,
you,
fine.
you hurt yourself to the extent that it's bleeding and everything, you now go to the hospital.
That ought, is
No,
it a
wait.
deliberate ought on yourself or
Let's say somebody
mistakenly?
hurt you. That's why I say either mistakenly or somebody hurt you. I'm just using that as a scenario.
Okay.
So you go to the hospital. No bone is broken, no internal injury, no anything threatening to that part of the body. It's just that there's a cut, maybe an accident or somebody mistakenly cut you, but you are bleeding. What will they call that under medical terms, sir?
It was an accident.
They will
Simple.
call it minor injury.
Okay.
Okay.
They will call it minor injury. Now, if it gets to a stage where when you had the accident, the bone got broken, something now punctures something that now affects your heart, that the only solution is that they cut that part of the leg. What happens, sir? Will you not let go of that part?
That
When
now the
when the whole
situation is different.
That is what I am saying. I
Okay.
that's
am
a
not
critical
saying
that's a critical
wait,
issue.
Mm-hmm.
wait. You asked me a question. Let me answer. I am not saying a situation where we offend each other or I'm saying a situation where I feel that you disrespect me, and the next thing I did was I carry bottle on your head. If if you survive that moment, I am saying, I'm advising, if you survive that moment, my advice is you run for your life. Except, 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 let's say, for some reason, the person now repent, and you have a proof that they've repent, which I don't know if they have repent. I cannot advise you. But I am saying that we are having misunderstanding, and the next thing I did was carry bottle on your head. There is bleeding, and for some reason that bleeding now leads to something in your brain. That's what I am saying. That is life threatening. See, at the end of the day, if it's true that Annie Idibia or whatever her name, you said, they said that maybe she wanted to stab him or something like that. That is life threatening. He have every right to run for his life.
Then why are they bashing him? That's what I
I
want to
don't.
know.
That's why I
Who
don't
are
know.
they?
I'm not internet.
Okay, sorry, guys. Let me just come in here because on here we don't really do hearsay. They say, they don't say. We do not know, and commenting on that, it will be such a waste of time. However, the only way I would help Glorious really to make a comment, because nobody knows what's happening in there, is whatever they post out on social media you see, and people will talk and judge. Nobody should be the judge and jury of your marriage. If you decide to stay and you put it out to the media, it's their business if they accept it or not. If you decide to go your separate ways, you put on social media, it's their business to accept it or not. That has nothing to do with us. However, we keep it simple and real here. And I'll say this to you, Glorious, and I say it to Debbie and everyone listening, because this is 1 year plus into Insight. We talk on Thursdays about marriage issues. I don't know if it's your first time here, Glorious. I can't remember if I've seen you here before. Have you?
Yeah, it's my first time.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Just so you know, Glorious, we've treated a lot of topics. And the topics we treat on Thursday on Insight are topics husband and wife shy away from talking about because of the sensitivity, nature of it, or because culture does not permit such talks. That's why we dare ourselves here on Insight to talk about it, because these things are affecting marriages to the point that some marriages are breaking up because of this hurt. Some marriages are going through divorce because of this hurt. Either they're not coping with it, they don't know how to move past it, they don't even understand what to do with it. The solution is go your way, go your way. And I love the fact that we said you've built together. For couples to have built over the years together, meaning things were rough, tough, but they were still building. Do you understand? If you check this kind of couple, some things have been neglected, yeah? And over time, as their building progressing, it's now got blown out because it's been neglected, it wasn't dealt with. They say little drops of water makes a mighty ocean, yeah? So the ocean now has come and is drowning both of them. They don't know what to do. So go your way, I go my way. Whatever it is with them, as in Annie, and we don't know. So there's no point wasting energy here. When you do good, people will bash you on social media. When you do bad, people will bash you. So that is people's business, really. But we're talking here now. We are real here. Marriages are real. Some of us are here are married. Some of us have experiences a lot of people have shared before you came in. But the truth of the matter is, you've built with this person. Like I said, things that have not been dealt with has grown inside, whether it's been in denial or not. And then it gets to a point, your spouse does one tiny thing, you just carry bottle and hit on their head. Things like that happen in a real life setting marriage where there's love, there's all of those things. Gets me right. But that reflex of them doing that, first, have they done it before? When you were courting, there was no sign of that. And this is years into the marriage. Life has happened. Some things have been neglected, like I said, that has led to that peak of the matter. And that was their response to the situation. Does that mean as you're hitting that person, you don't love them? No. But that particular scenario in the 15th year of their marriage is what is happening. And like I always say, God does not want divorce. Okay, this has happened, you've hit the head, something happened in the brain, da da da. Where do we go from here? Coping with hurt. How do you cope with that? Or are you saying to me because they hit your head, now you've recovered, you're running away, no more marriage? Is that how to handle it? Is that how to cope with it? Does that mean this person will bring a dagger next time? Are they so remorseful that they almost want to even kill themselves because of their reaction to you? So these are things that needs to be addressed professionally. And I will always say that culture has denied us a lot of help. Culture has denied us a lot of help because the society will stigmatize you. Look at them. They can't handle their business. They're going to therapists. Look at, just like you're saying, details. People are dragging in. People will drag you no matter what you do. But won't you do your life? You will have to do your life the best way you deem fit. If I'm living my life based on what everybody is saying, I don't think I will have a life. And that is why here we've talked about red flags before, certain things you go before you go into marriage. That's why I don't want to talk about boyfriend, girlfriend, because we're talking about marriage. Now you're in this marriage, life is happening. How do we cope? How do we tackle this? If you need help, seek help. If we need help together, let's seek help. We'll talk about communication. Are we communicating? Or busyness of life is not making us talk to one another. Some couple in a whole week is text message. When they get home, one is slept off already. You don't want to wake. Sometimes you sleep on the couch before you know you are the first person to leave the house. A lot of things have been neglected. A lot of things have not been paid attention to. And over the years is building to this volcano that will erupt one day. What do we do? Is that the end of the marriage? Just because we've neglected certain care, certain support, certain whatever it is, responsibilities, accountabilities. I was saying to Debbie that some people can cope when either spouse go out of their marital home. Some, they don't want to hear it. That's the end. It's okay. It's their choice. And the people that have decided to forgive and stay, they're still living happy married life still. Is it good to do that? No, of course not. But we're human. Nobody's perfect. We err. We ask for forgiveness. I mean, asking is the crucial thing that not even everybody would do, especially when they make mistakes. Some is pride, ego. But is this God's plan for marriage? That is my question to us. How are we? I said, you're not enjoying the goodness of marriage. Check yourself, husband and wife. You're not doing some things right. And that is why we have gotten here.
Can I say something?
Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. And I've listened. You've spoken well, but then there is something I want to point out, because we it seems like we center more on physical violence, or let me just use the word. When we talk about domestic violence, we focus more on the physical aspect of it. We don't think about the emotional side of it.
Oh, trust me, we don't talk about it. That was my question. My
I'm
question,
coming.
you should even answer me. I said,
Okay,
how can
I'm coming.
couples maintain
So
emotional
I'm speaking based on what I've been here, what I've been hearing. Okay.
Okay.
We'll talk about someone striking you, someone trying to
I
hurt
think
you.
it's the conversation you met because
So
we
Yes,
didn't
that's
really
what
talking
I'm
talk
about
saying.
all
about
that, it's just we were just using the physical one as an
Okay,
example.
yeah.
fine. Now let me make my point. Let me make my point. What I want to say is this: emotional parts of domestic violence is even more traumatizing to me than the physical, because it's just that the physical part of it is visible, and people tends to see it, bruises, the blood, the bleeding and everything, and it makes it look like it's worst. But let me be honest with you, the emotional part, there are some women that don't know how to talk to their men. Let's be honest.
Of course.
And I've witnessed this as happening to a friend, and I know who is married, that this guy, sometimes he comes to my house to sleep because of the nagging wife. He can't even get enough rest in his house. He can't.
So by
And just
coming
because
to
he
you,
left.
is that the solution?
Sorry?
Is that the solution? Coming to you to sleep?
No, it's not the solution, just because at least he wanted to, get some peace. And this have led so many people, so many men and so many women into becoming drunkards. Because when they don't have a place like mine to come and have some peace of mind, they will end up going to the bars. And before you know it, from the bar, they will hook up with one girl like that. From there, you see there will be home breakers coming after the home. And then you will come out to say, my husband is cheating. But you are the one that chased him out.
That's no excuse,
So,
brother.
that's not an excuse. I know. But then, these are real matters I have experienced firsthand. I'm not here to be sentimental
Okay,
or
let me stop you.
whatsoever.
Sorry. This scenario
But
you've given us, what would be your solution to this couple? You tell us.
simple. I think there should be room for dialogue.
Okay.
Let us sit and talk. Yes. Number one, we fell in love. We got married, and I felt maybe okay, fine. things aren't the way they ought to be. So we need to talk if we still want to do this marriage or not. Yes, we need to talk. And again, I need to involve a third party. If it be my pastor, if it be someone I know that we respect so much, I can involve him or her to the deal. Let him or her hear us out, and I can table my own challenge. Probably where I am wrong, let her state it. Where she feels like I'm not doing fine, let her state it. Then, if the person, or we can even meet a therapist. Let's see where the problem is coming from.
Yeah.
Then, if it's bizarre, things cannot still work out, I think there will be room for everybody to just separate. I'm not calling for divorce yet.
Yeah.
Because I myself, I don't actually believe in that shit.
Yeah.
But unless the situation is so critical, you understand? So critical, I mean, it's not on a first appearance. Maybe there is something that happens. I understand.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Yeah. First, we're gonna first meet a therapist or a third party I know that we both respect. Then we talk about these matters. Then we see his opinion. We see her advice. Then we see if it can heal. If it doesn't make any impact, then we also look out for another way. We must exploit all options before now maybe it can get to that. But what I'm saying is emotional violence, emotional trauma is real. I've seen someone who died of high blood pressure just because he doesn't have enough peace at home. He's even scared to get home. This is a friend I know. This is a friend. That's why I'm saying this. He couldn't even as in to get home. He's even worried. Each time if he dismisses from work, he'll be thinking about, am I going to go home? I'm going to meet this. I'm going to be like this. He's just scared. So what I'm saying in essence, the solution is to meet a therapist, try to resolve it, dialogue, see how to, solve this matter. But when it's not going where there is need for separation for the time being, let's see. When they come back together, if it's not working again, then there could be, room for further stories.
Okay. So I'll tune into what you have said. Thank you so much for your contribution and the solution you have proffered. But you and I know that it sounds good, but the tendency for both of them not to even want to hear that solution is there as well. And I'm putting this out there as well for husbands listening to wives listening. They say that when a woman is nagging, it means the husband is not listening most of the time. Because if I say something or I need something or I'm asking for something and you're not responding, as women, they will keep asking and then it turns to a nag. If this man would for 1 second sit down, okay, what is she nagging about? All this time, the same thing or maybe different things or whatever. Maybe you're not actively listening to this person. Nobody really wants any trouble as such, except
not really on this case. And
they are troublemaker before you marry them.
My lady.
But my let me
may your children not meet their kind, because there are some people there is nothing in this world.
Case you would have known that this person is a troublemaker before you
marry
them.
See, the kind of people I fear for most are the ones, the one in the church. They are the most odious, the most quiet. See, I'm not saying it on any gender. It's in both genders. Very, very good in church, very good in the things of the church and everything. If they tell you they can never do that.
I'll tell you an exception to that. When I never thought, I've shared it here before, I never thought I'll get married. And then when they thought, okay, maybe, just maybe I might someday or whatever, I said to myself, I think the church will be the wrong place because of the people or the kind of Christians I was seeing, like, these people come and lift holy hands, but they're so evil, they're so wicked and what. So I was even scared. I said, I'd rather marry. In fact, that was my thought then as a young lady. My thought is, I will not marry anybody from church because they're pretenders, And you see these things, I'll use my example as my story as an example. It's the same church that God gave me my husband. Something I was running away from is like I knew. And sometimes the devil knows this is where you find your person but everything regarding that thing will make you hate it. That's why life sometimes, if you don't know God to help direct your life, I don't know. I was so scared. I don't know how I can explain it. But now, same church, God wants me to pick your husband. I said, hey, whatever, But maybe I won't say I was lucky. It's God's plan, so to say. What am I trying to say? It's
There are
just
good
to
ones in
know
church
that
too.
there's certain things, honestly, there's certain things that even if somebody is going to develop some bad habits later in future, there's certain things you would have seen whilst courting them.
You see,
Except
now you have come back to what I was
maybe
saying
it's an
before.
arranged marriage that was on your wedding day, you're seeing them.
No, my
You
lady, you
must
just
marry.
got back to what I was saying before.
Yeah.
That's from the beginning.
Hmm.
See, okay, how do I put this thing? There are some things that if you yourself as human, you have principle, you are a principled person and you have discipline. There are some things that before you get, even if the person is pretending,
Yeah.
it's either they run away from you or something will push you away from them.
You attract your kind sometimes.
One way or the other, it will not work. But because sometimes we are even too lazy to do our own findings, we are too lazy to even do the list.
Ah, you want to spend the rest of your life with this person. You are better find out anything find outable. If there's any word like
A
that.
lot of people don't even say, oh, this is what I like, this is what I don't like. They just go there because they met him in church, they met her in church, and she's a choir mistress, she's good in church, and and they hate
The
her.
choir mistress or master does not raise hand on their spouse. Who says it's not written on the forehead, but neither is it written in the title. Anybody can change. And sometimes spouses find it hard to accept that their spouse has backslided. It's even harder because you're still looking at them as this born again, tongue talking, and 10, 15 years into the marriage, they've gone. They've left Christ, their first love. They're living life
I would say
now.
I would say that marriage is not really something you should do in the flesh.
No, not at
Sometimes
all.
whatever you believe in, because I know that it's not only Christians that are listening to us, try to pray harder to get. I'm a Christian. Try to pray harder, as in before you take that step, because it's a journey. It's a journey that once you enter, just know that you're doing it. This is a life journey. It's not something
Lifetime.
just enter and be having in mind that you will get out of it anytime. No, it's not. It's when sometimes we end up, our marriage fails because of our mentality.
Yeah,
Sometimes
yeah.
because some people go into marriage because of maybe some things they have heard on social media, how people marriage fails and others and that, and they enter into marriage having backup plan in case my marriage fails. And by doing so, God have looked
Some
at you and
even
said
will
that
do something that to want to scatter you for
yes,
no reason.
yes,
Yeah.
that is it.
Why would somebody
That
go
is it.
into marriage with a backup plan?
It's rare.
It
It's
happens
there.
though.
But it happens,
It
Debbie.
happens. My
Ah, look
sister, it
at
happens
you.
though. I know two people.
Hey,
I know two people now that happens to
I have
them.
a friend.
Two, I know.
I
As
have a
in
friend
backup plan,
whose wife.
like what? Please give me an
That
example of
is,
the backup
as
plan.
soon
I
as I
want to give
get
you an
what I want,
okay.
I'm
Let me allow
out.
To
you.
give you an example, yeah, this person, this let's say, I'm not gender biased, but I just have to say it somehow so we can understand. I'm going into this marriage because this guy's got money, and he's got money, he's got this and all of that. You now enter into marriage, and 5 years down the line, business fiam, everything fiam, money fiam. You now say, guy say yes. When I married you, I knew you were able to look after me. Now that you can't, I'm off. I'm off to go and meet Joe, who I think is still capable. Do you understand? Backup plan. Whether they have children or not is inconsequential. They will go because the money is gone.
Exactly. And another thing I want to chip in is there is a friend of mine who got married. Everything was all rosy and nice, but look at it. This woman purchased a property, and this house happened to be a house which was rented. She connected with the lawyer to rent the house to the husband, whereby the husband is paying rent and the money is
I saw
going to
that
the woman.
story.
See, so after a long period of time,
Mr. Glorious,
I'm coming. I'm
you know
coming.
when it comes to
Af-
that matter, I think to be fair on both the man and the woman, we don't have any we shouldn't say anything on that matter, because before it gets to that stage, there's somewhere they are coming from. They only told us the parts they want us to hear.
I guess.
No, I'm not telling you something that happened to someone I don't know. I'm telling you something that happened. It's real. I
No,
saw
I'm
it.
not
It's
saying
not a
it's not
theory
real, though.
they told you.
I'm not saying it's not real.
No.
I'm only saying before it gets to
Eh,
that stage,
okay, there's something the partners didn't say.
there are things that has
No.
happened before. See, okay, let me use
No, let me finish so that you get my point. Let me
Very
finish.
nice. Thank
Because
you.
this thing is just like, men are meant to be providers, right? Men are meant to be,
wait.
they are known to be providers. As leaders, they are meant to be providers. So I believe strongly that since a man is meant to be provider, he's not to ask some certain questions. He pay the rent, he brings he foot the bills without asking much questions, because this is his responsibility. You have got to show that. But then, while he's doing this, the woman is also meant to be the helpmate. You understand? Without being gender biased, I would say that this woman had the house there. They are living under the same roof. It's not like she's living separately and the man living separate. Both of them are living in the same house. And this man is paying. Even when the man finds it difficult to foot the rent, he still tax him. You make the lawyer to tax him in such a way that the man have to even go to borrow to pay the rent. So what I'm saying, after a long period of time, is when the man now found the document. That's when he knew that where is this document from? When question now started coming out, you now discover that. And when the woman was asked why did they say that she doesn't trust this marriage fully. Anything could happen, and that's why he doesn't want to make, so that if anything occurs, she can take back her house as something she has, have gained. So in such marriage, someone entering into such marriage, such backup, do you think they have not made? But even it happens with men too, because there are some men that purchase property without telling their wives. You understand? In case of incasity. So I'm not being gender based or gender biased. It happens.
Okay, I think we should come back to the topic. That's why I always say I
No,
give
it's
this
part of
point.
the odds. It's part of how people
Part of
always
it.
know that.
So the man is okay. In this case, now the man is hurt. The woman too probably should tell you she's hurt or what. So
That's
he's
right.
hurt here, and
That's
how
right.
they move past this scenario now?
That's why I said before it gets to that, how did he get to that stage? Do you understand? How did he get? Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Glorious. Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand
Let's
that.
keep talking. No, let's keep
I
talking.
understand that maybe the woman. I cannot put my mouth. I don't know how they got to the stage where the woman have to do that. I don't know what the foundation. But I know of a situation where I know the person is the person out of the hurting of her heart that told us the story. They brought a land for them to buy. The husband refused to buy. And where this land
There's so
is,
many similar stories.
where this land is, yeah, is a place where by the time they finish developing it, at the end of the day, it will yield good results.
Thank you.
Now, this woman cannot afford to buy the whole plot. So when the husband refused to buy, she ended up buying from the back. She only bought part of it from the back because the people just want to use it to do resorts. So once you have a part of that land, you'll be getting your own, what is it called? Your own share of whatever they do with it. So she only did part of it. It was when they were now discussing that somebody now mentioned somebody where the husband was. And then said, wait, are you saying you are the husband of this person that bought this place? The husband was upset. But at the end of the day, who do we blame? Can we blame the woman? No. I can't blame her because in the first place, she persuaded him. She said she begged him. It's not because he can't afford it. He did not want to buy it. And his
And she
reason,
went ahead to buy it without telling him, right?
because she wants it.
What did the Bible say?
About what?
It said that two shall become one. So they are no
No,
longer separate. They are
when one
one.
refuse to move, because maybe the other leg we carry
No, no, no,
itself.
no, no.
You
It's
know,
just like you. You
this
cannot be.
this thing
It's
has
a
created a
kingdom.
lot of missed opportunities.
Like
God bless you, my lady. She saw the opportunity. She see that that if
No,
they
you're
use
not
that
getting the
opportunity,
point. Is she buying it is not an issue. But did she let her husband knew about it? No.
He doesn't
It's
want
wrong.
to buy. Did
he
you not hear the
doesn't want
thing?
to. You are
No.
not getting that point.
If he doesn't want to buy, I understand. I
He
get your
was
point very clear.
capable. I mean, as an individual, you're capable to do things for yourself. It's
But
not
did she try to
it's
know
not
his reasons?
everything you do together
Mr.
all the time.
Mr.
But
God,
let's
She
Mr.
might have
know.
money she wants to invest. She has
Mr.
every
Godwin,
right to invest it.
Mr.
Yes,
Godwin,
but
are
you
you
need to let
saying,
him know. Assuming anything happens to that woman, who will take care of the land?
Mr.
Assuming
God,
something happens to, because we
Mr.
don't own our
Godwin,
life.
Mr.
We don't
Godwin,
own our life.
wait, Mr. Godwin, are you saying because I'm married to you now, there is opportunity for us to advance in life? You chose not to advance, and now
We need to
decide to
talk
carry.
about it. You need to talk about it with me. We
No,
need to
But
discuss it.
you
Even if I
don't
don't
want
accept
it.
immediately,
But
I'm not
Gloria,
saying.
you
I may
I'm
don't
change my
want
talking of
it.
a
mind.
situation where we have discussed it, we have talked about it. I have begged you, you refuse to move.
Were you there to know how far they discussed it?
I am talking to.
Okay,
I'm using
okay,
my.
glorious. If it's you
The
and
man
your
may have
wife,
his
listen,
reasons.
let's
The man
throw
may
the
have his
scenario on it.
reasons for not
Glorious,
going to buy the land.
if this is you and your wife, and you said to your wife you don't want, and she took the initiative to buy this thing, and later you
Yeah.
find out, will you be sad that you have property? I mean, your wife has property.
You will be upset.
See, finding out is not a problem. If
Okay.
perhaps she's the one that told me. As far as she's the one that told me, I don't have a problem.
Okay.
I will even, congratulate her because it's a win for us both. But hearing it
Oh,
from an outsider
Mr.
is
Christopher.
wrong.
Is it Christopher? Mr. Glorious, in a
You understand?
situation where, wait,
It's
in
wrong
a
to hear it from
situation
an
where,
outsider that my wife bought a land. What if, assuming something had happened to her, I wouldn't even know that
something
something
like
like
what
they,
for buying? Is she the first person to buy a land? Let's be
no, we are
serious.
talking about real life matters. That's what you say.
Yeah,
That's what your program
exactly.
is all about.
Do you
And
know how
I'm
many
talking about
women have
life.
got acres and acres of land? Nothing
We
Mr.
is
don't
going
we
to
don't
them.
we don't
Mr.
owe our
Glorious,
land. We don't
Mr.
owe our life.
Mr.
We don't
Glorious,
owe our life.
Mr.
Anything can
Glorious,
happen anytime. Now,
Okay.
who we
Mr.
know that
Glorious.
land exists?
But guess what? If anything happens to her, he is the next of kin.
Yeah.
He gets to have it. Or the
How
children.
will I know? How will I know
Or
that
the
I'm the next of when I don't even know that there is a land?
But there's a lawyer that would have signed the deeds. There's a lot of people that will come chasing you. Your wife has this before she passed. What's that
This
bad?
is where the
What's that
problem
bad?
comes in. This is where the problem comes in. But we have to
Mr.
do things together.
Mr. Glorious, Mr. Glorious,
Yes, I can
I
hear
am
you.
saying in a situation where we have discussed this matter, I have begged you. It's not because you cannot afford it,
Mm-hmm.
but you say no.
You know, sometimes it could be because the wife suggested it and the man's ego will say, no, how can she be bringing
God bless you, ma.
business?
And
There
you
could be a
wait, you
million
say
and one
no.
We
reasons
are
why he
not
even
there. We
said.
cannot say
That,
for
no. I'm
sure.
saying to you, a million and one reason why the man.
What if
I
the
am
location
saying
is not
Let's
good
take
for
Debbie's
building?
scenario and give our response based on that scenario.
Yeah.
Let's not go
What
on.
if the man have seen that the location is not good, that maybe in next 10 years it
no,
will not develop? What if?
I am saying this situation, the location is where they use for resorts. It's a beautiful location where
Is
you
he
know
a
where
friend
travel.
to you? Sorry, I want to get something.
No,
Are
it's a
you
friend
are
to
you
me. It's a
close to
friend to
them?
me.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a friend to me. So I'm
Okay.
saying that's why I said the person
And
told me
nothing happened
herself.
to this friend of hers. She didn't die. Nothing happened.
No, nothing happened to her.
Okay.
So she said she told her husband. She said that place, okay, it's in Africa, but you know where what's it called? Like where tourists comes.
Tourist attractions.
This brings about
Kind of.
this
It's
is
a
the
very
issues that brings about separation in marriage, but we don't know. Because if the man goes ahead to buy things behind her backs without letting her know, is another
I'm
issue.
missing the point. They sat down and talked about this thing.
Yes, but the man didn't know that she later
Mr.
purchased the land. That's what I'm
Mr.
saying.
Glorious. Mr. Glorious, wait.
Yes, I can hear you.
This is an opportunity that came for them. Even the friend that introduced them to this thing, the friend bought from it, the friend begged him, and everything. It's not because he didn't have it. Now
What
in
was
this
his reason for
situation,
not buying the land?
according to her, I'm telling you what my friend told me now. According to her, in this case, even this man have extramarital family. This is what she finds out after. But she said when she realized that this man, if this man didn't buy this thing, this opportunity, we will lose it. And at the end of the day, It's been over how many years now? She's earning the money. They will both lose out. Why will you say because you want to lose in life? Me too, I should lose.
What was the reason of the man not purchasing the land? I want to know.
He just doesn't want to.
Without any reason.
He didn't give her any reason.
That's
Probably because he
not
doesn't
true.
want
I'm
her
not
to
believing
know.
this story.
Wait,
I wouldn't believe this story because I'm not there and you are not
because he
even
doesn't
there.
want her to know he has that kind of money.
But like Glorious, I have to say something quickly. Sorry to say, but this happens in
All
real
right,
life.
all right.
Because we're going to
You
round
have
up.
Yes, of
it,
course.
sorry,
That's why
I
I'm
don't want
firmly
us to
saying what I'm
deviate too
saying.
much from focus, really.
it does happen in real life, and my
Yes,
father
of
lost
course.
a property because of such a decision.
Thank you.
He lost a property he could have bought, but he didn't because he thought he didn't need it, and they were actually telling him. My mom missed out on that, so it does happen in real life, and I know that really does happen. But that said, even I've seen in some marriages where both the people that know where their wife they are now divorced, in both situations, the mother-in-laws they kind of convince their daughters stay in this situation until you get what you want, and once you get what you want, leave. And they set up situations that would bring that marriage to an end. Really, like the one of my workplaces now left now. The wife one before they left Sri Lanka, the husband was like, let me just bring the boys because I want the children to come to England, let them get a good school. And by that time, he was not feeling it with the wife. It's like, just stay, take the opportunity to finish your school and everything. And the parents beg this man, especially the mother-in-law, beg him to bring the daughter to England. It will help with the children. He did it all against everything. He did it, child. Do you know within 2 years, this his wife accused him of domestic violence. We now found out later it wasn't the truth. She did it so that she could break the marriage and get her independence and use the opportunity to get asylum. Long story short, it didn't work because the children now told the judge that it's not what happened. Oh, that's how that one went scattered and didn't go. 5 years later on, after the whole thing, the man had paid the visa and everything. The mother-in-law told her again, end this marriage so you can go to Canada and live. And this with her children, no? To end the marriage and leave her children with this man and go her own separate way. So it happens that people can enter a situation because they have their own agenda. And you're not going to know immediately. It happens in real life. That's why I wanted to say that it's difficult to tell. You don't. Some things will not show up immediately, and even if they do, because of other circumstances playing out, when you are, especially when you are moving or changing, it's very hard. Especially if you have a good, if you have a good mind, you're not thinking everything. Oh, she's gonna do this. You're not thinking that because
No,
you
you're
don't know what's
not.
going
You're
on.
trying to plan
So
and
it's
make
very,
sure.
very difficult.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. Nobody has a crystal ball to see that and know. Oh, if it doesn't happen in the beginning, it's not going to happen at all. No, some things can be working out very well in the beginning, and later on, somebody will get a change of mind. It just happens. We don't know how people are going to change over the years. A decade can come and go, and you have no idea what a person will do or who they're becoming. And sometimes the friends they have. Sometimes I've seen certain friends that come into a marriage situation and it drives the family apart because of certain influences that they have,
They don't
and it
set
drives that
boundaries.
marriage apart.
There's no boundaries.
It
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very difficult. So I just wanted to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. We have done justice to this, but like we say, there is no perfect husband, there is no perfect wife. Hurts will happen, level of it, we never know. I mean, nobody will set her as I'm saying, I do, I'm going to hurt you. If you had said that to me on that day, I'll just remove your ring and give you a waka. But we know life happens, things happen. Should that hurt be the end of that marriage? That's what we're asking. Can we move past this? As long as, like I always say, domestic violence, domestic abuse is not what we're talking about. And all of this abuse we're talking is emotionally, physically, mentally, and all of those things as well, financially, economically, all of that, because a lot of people have lost their lives because one, they don't know how to navigate this, or they've trusted the wrong person with their lives and gone into that marriage, a whole bunch of things. But you can decide. You know yourself in that relationship. You know the things you can take, you know the things you cannot take. There's some things you don't know how to even manage. And I always say, get help, seek professional help, and don't just be suffering in silence, as they say. I mean, God's intention for marriage is that husband and wife live in it, use the manual as much as possible He's given us, so that we can enjoy the goodness of marriage. But we all know that we do not see this goodness because we're not doing what we're meant to do. Maybe we're not caring enough, we're not loving enough, we're not compromising enough, we're not tolerant. A lot of things that husband and wife do that brings about separation and divorce. So if we're committed truly, and we're people of integrity, and you know that it's on you to make sure that this marriage works, as much as God will help you, there won't be any selfish ambition, anybody hurting anyone for whatever reason. Let the hurt come from outside to both of you and fight it together. Not that you or both of you now hurting one another due to whatever. Excuses are for failures. That's what I've heard. So let's be mindful. And like I said, my prayer is that God will help us, give us wisdom, grace. The thing say He will not tempt us more than we can bear. But sometimes, because of hidden agendas, like I said, a lot of things have gone wrong. Let's be mindful. If you know you're not ready for marriage, you're not ready to put in the work, the effort, the sacrifice, the growth, the maturity that it requires, please leave that man alone. Please leave that woman alone. Yes, pride, ego, arrogance, and control make marriage hard, keep pain longer, and it shouldn't. Well, so if we can learn to let go of pride, whether man or woman, whoever has offended, just go back and ask for forgiveness. We do this with God as well. With time, they will overcome that thing, as long as you're remorseful and you're helping them to get back on track from the hurt you have caused. What's the point of ego? Yes, I've done it, so what will you do? Is that how God wants you to live in that marriage? So let's be mindful what we're doing to one another. Something you will not take, don't do it to your spouse. As simple as it is. But God will help us. You know what? Thank you all so much. Glorious, Kenneth, Debbie, A13, The Heaven, Leslie, Uncle Chris is left, Adegbenga, and Susan, everyone that has contributed to this live today. Thank you all sharing from your wealth of experience. My prayer is that God will help us in our marriages so that we can enjoy our marriages, enjoy the goodness of marriage that He has ordained for that marriage to have. Until I come your way again on Monday, have a lovely, lovely weekend. I can't believe we're Friday. This is the longest I think we've done on Inside. Thank you all so much. God bless you. And like I said, I know this topic has been somewhat sensitive. If you're out there listening and you need a space to offload or talk to someone, perhaps it's triggered some sort of, feelings for you, please reach me privately, and God will help us so that we can help one another. Thank you all so much for the gift, for the tapping, sharing this live. I really appreciate every single one of you. Do have yourself a wonderful, wonderful night rest. And I'll see you back here when we talk about individual issues, topical issues relating to individuals on Mondays, 8 p.m. UK time. Thank you so much. Much love from myself. I say enjoy your lovely night rest. Good night, everybody. Good night.
Bring understanding and love.
Thank you. 8:13. Thank you. Thank you, Glorious. Hope I'll see you on Monday as well. Thank you for stopping by. Elder Debbie, Leslie, all the best with the exam prep. Thank you. Thank you, Godwin, Gloria. Good night, everybody. God bless you.